The other thing for Argentina, as this one comes in,
A free header there by Otamendi to get away.
You still have to try to find a way to get pressure on the ball. If you're just retreating so deep that you're right on top of the box, it makes it... Oh.
That's what the Dutch can't afford to do. Lautaro Martinez running on. Messi trying to weave his way through. Cut off. That's a foul. Berghaus. Yellow.
Well, the touch gets away from Lionel Messi a little bit, but Berghaus just impedes him, obstructs his run around, and he ends up running right into him. So that touch looked like it was going to get away, but then Berghaus isn't even playing the ball. He's just playing the man, runs right into Messi, and that ends up being a nice play for Argentina just to settle this game down a little bit and keep some possession, something they really haven't been able to do the last couple of minutes.
One of the great cliches in this sport, goals change games, and you went from being pretty comfortable if you're Argentina to absolute panic right now. Frenkie de Jong tackled away. Nathan Ake chopped down, and then it's fired into the Dutch bench, and here we go.
This is a bad mistake from a young player here, Enzo Fernandez.
The benches have cleared.
Yeah, well, because he blasts the ball into the bench. I mean, those two could be worthy of both yellow card actions. The foul and then kicking the ball into the bench. So I'm interested to see what happens here and how the referee handles this.
Alejandro Hernandez of Spain, assisted by Canada's Drew Fisher. Video assistant referee sorting through the tape right now as well.
And then Van Dijk was the one who came over and almost body checks Enzo Fernandez to the ground.
Dr. Joe Macknick, our rules analyst, give us your thoughts real quick here. Is this going to be a free kick taken?
The yellow card for the foul is obvious, reckless challenge. If this player gets away, if a player gets away with shooting the ball into the bench of the visiting opposing team, gets away without a yellow card there, then we've missed an opportunity here to apply the laws of the game.
Dr. Joe, do you think that's a yellow card, the second one? I feel like it's one for the tackle, one for the follow-up. I think he's lucky to be on the field.
I think you're both correct.
Paredes gets a yellow. That's it, though, for all of that. Ensuing free kick taken, lifted in. Emiliano Martinez has to let it go. It's stabbed wide. And now the Argentina players are urging their fans to make noise.
What a great ball in here. And Dumfries has a chance at the back post to square this one back across, and it ends up being an awkward one. He sees it late and trying to hit it on the half volley. Wow. Something tells me we've got another twist in the tail left yet. Let's see what this number is coming up here.
You want to guess? Well, he's telling you, it's 10. At minimum.
Oh, boy.
I don't think we've done a game yet. It's gone past midnight local time. Here we go.
Here we go. And we're going to get every second of this 10 minutes here.
And again, Argentina fans are upset, but a lot of this is because of the time wasting they were doing. Strap in, folks. Here we go. Timber lifts it up. Weghorst lets it go. De Jong gets the flick. Gakpo trying to control. Weghorst, is that a handball? Free kick is coming. Right at the top of the D for the Netherlands.
No, it's for the late challenge, and it's Otamendi. How do they get in that position? It's the long ball again. Argentina doing such a poor job of challenging that first one. But they're also working from a massive disadvantage from a height perspective. And Lionel Scaloni has no subs that he can make because they used all their windows. And it would be a point of the game where maybe you'd bring some more big bodies onto the field to help. Because you asked, are Argentina equipped to handle this? There's not many teams that are, because it's really difficult to defend. Because the team's playing all out. You're trying to just do everything you can defensively. They picked up the second ball. They've won a free kick. And here we go. I mean, there's a number of players that could take this. I wonder if it's Gakpo or you've got the left foot of Berghaus as well.
Hope Miners there as well for company. Emiliano Martinez has not made a save in this game. The lone shot on goal is the one that beat him. This is a perfect 22 yards away from goal.
Berghuis is the one with the left foot that laid the ball down. Could also be part deception. You see the Dutch wall in front.
Hope Miners walks away. Berghuis blocked by the wall. He thought he had it. The way he's reacting. 8 minutes at least still to go. Long throw in. They don't get the flick. Hopped in the air by McAllister. Man down behind the play.
Oh, it's two Argentine players. Otamendi in the back of Sandro Martinez. Heads him. Head-to-head contact, and Martinez is the man down. This is a look at just how close Berghuis came at the near post. What great contact. He's cutting across it, and oh, he thought he had scored there too. But it was Van Dijk up there on the initial one, and he picked up a yellow card, which is being listed now. That was for bumping up against Enzo Fernandez after he blasted a ball at his team's bench, and he ran up and knocked him down before about 6 of his teammates did.
We call that a Donnybrook where I come from. And this thing is going to stretch on and on right now because we've really not played much of the 3 minutes, 26 seconds. In Croatia, you're loving this because it's just exhausting your potential opponent. Another tough collision of feet there. Free kick for the Netherlands. And if you're Croatia, what you're hoping is whoever gets out of this gets a couple players picked off by yellow or red cards and would be suspended. Already Acuna is going to be suspended. He's been subbed off for Argentina. Look at Lionel Scaloni coaching. Louis van Gaal just looking on. Noppert lifts it up. Luke de Jong knocked off balance, able to find Weghorst. Gakpo, he'll chase it down. Hesitation here. It'll be a Dutch throw. Weghorst, his goal in the 83rd minute. Set off this chain reaction. Last man back is Timber with Messi for company. Messi's penalty in the 73rd minute. The winner as it stands. Timber lifting it up. Van Dijk is up there. Gets the flick. 1v3 there on the outside. It's picked up by Gakpo. He hooks it in. The cross. It's headed away to the top of the box. Whistle and a foul against the Netherlands.
What a great header from Otamendi, who again now is motioning to the crowd, the Argentine fans, and they're just being besieged with crosses. That time he gets a good position inside de Jong, rises up and heads that one away.
Well, however loud it has sounded at home to all of you, it's 2 to 3 times as loud here. 88,235 fans. And the vast, vast, vast majority of them in white and blue shirts rooting for Argentina. Paredes wins the header. Messi trying to flick it along. Lautaro Martinez going to get in a foot race with Timber. No. Noppert sliced that. It's going to work for Gakpo. Weghorst comes to get it. Lifted long by Hope Miners. Luke de Jong. He flicked it on there instead of knocking it down to a teammate.
Yeah, you're right, and he knows it. The ball was actually under hit, and Martinez was retreating. Luke de Jong is watching the flight of the ball, came short.
Three minutes to go at least. A collision of legs there. No whistle given. Might have been had Argentina got on the end of that ball. Timber lifting it up. Virgil van Dijk has stayed up there. He thought he was pushed. There's no foul. It's brought down by Berghuis. Berghuis working on Tagliafico right now. Messi comes to help defensively, gets a piece of that, steers it away from Timber, and allows Argentina to relieve the pressure. That's Paredes. Can't hold it up. No, he's fouled. Now 2 minutes to go. And Argentina's backing off. Lionel Scaloni is frantically trying to wave them forward. Noppert goes long, and that's mishit. Messi undercuts Ake.
And just about everybody making their way up right now.
At what point does Noppert go up to add another target?
If they get a set piece, you're going to see him.
Long it comes. Van Dijk knocks it in the middle of the field. Ake's there trying to hook it along. It's going to be cleared out for a throw as we will cross into the 100th minute of the night. And the clock strikes midnight here in Qatar. Frankie de Jong gets away, hooks it in, popped in the air by Paredes. Again, bodies being flown around. It's a free kick for the Netherlands.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and it is. Pitzela coming through the back. And Paredes, who's been heavily involved, who picked up that yellow card and got in the bench infraction. He was in front, just overly aggressive in a bad spot there. And you talked about it. It was the strike from Berghuis before where the wall did a great job. Maybe it's Koopmeiners this time who's going to take it. Emre Gakpo and Lionel Messi picking up a yellow card for not backing up from the wall.
Andres Noppert, agony-ridden on his face, praying for a miracle. 101st minute of the game. That won't matter for Messi going forward if they advance, unless it gets another tonight.
Look, the wall is very key here. The wall did a great job on the last one. You stay compact, you don't break, you don't allow for a gap or any type of deflection that comes off it that would throw off your keeper. And as a keeper, you have to try and trust it.
Koopmeiners left-footed. Gakpo right-footed. Emiliano Martinez dancing just in front of his goal line. Koopmeiners rolls it in. It's a goal! The Dutch have scored! Can you believe it? Just in front of his goal line. Koopmeiners rolls it in.
Forced off the bench to save the day for the Dutch, and it is off the training ground. A set piece. They played him as a post-up man, just backs up right now. They get everybody guessing that they're going to go over the wall. Little cutback ball, spins with the first touch, finishes with the second. Underneath Emiliano Martinez and the Dutch down 2. Fight back here to level it with Argentina in the 101st minute. Argentina just stunned. Wow.
+11. 30-year-old Wout Weghorst. How much time is even left? Messi, Molina. Get away from Ake. Messi was blocked off it. We will go sensationally, outrageously, incomprehensively to extra time. And the benches are clearing again.
And that man is the hero.
Rob Stone and our studio crew will attempt to find words to describe what we've just seen, and 30 minutes of extra time will follow from Lusail as the 90 minutes plus finishes. The Netherlands 2, Argentina 0.
Ah, humbug. My signal is totally ghosting me.
You need a better network. 'Tis the season to switch to Verizon. They'll give you the new iPhone 14 Pro.
Amazing phone.
This holiday season, Verizon gives you the new iPhone 14 Pro, plus an Apple gift like Apple Watch SE, iPad, and Beats Fit Pro, all on us. That's a value of up to $1,900.
Wow.
And there are unlimited plans for everyone, starting at just $35 a line. It's our best deal of the year. Get the network you deserve and the savings you want, only on Verizon.
Lusail Stadium, my goodness, the theatrics at the close of this one. Argentina thought they were cruising to a semifinal berth, up 2-0, and then Weghorst with the double, the first in the 83rd, the second 11 minutes into stoppage time. Rob, Ali, Clint, Alexi back here with you. Well, these two quarterfinals have over-delivered today already. Let's get you caught up on what transpired and why we are heading to extra time. Messi with a sublime assist here in the 35th minute to put Argentina up 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, he was starting high. Now he drops low and just drives through the center of the pitch. But look, they played with wingbacks, and guess what? Wingbacks had a massive statement. Molina with that first goal, and the second one, Acuna, the other wingback, he gets taken out for the penalty. And, of course, Messi with the assist on the first one, steps up and just slots this one home. And you're thinking Argentina's cruising. They're up 2-0. Now you got to kill the game. But remember the Australia game.
Not so fast. Netherlands doesn't give up. They make some changes, get some big men up top. And Weghorst with the finish. 2-0 is one of the most dangerous leads in the game.
So they're coming. Wout Weghorst came into the game. He got a yellow card on the bench earlier in the game, and that, my friends, that is a set piece, and a huge set piece. 2-2, Wout Weghorst again. Scenes all over the place, including Amsterdam. Look at this. Oh, my goodness. They love it. They love it there. They should. This is amazing. That is one nutty World Cup that we got going on right now.
So we take you back live now inside Lusail Stadium. Messi still on the field. He has played every minute of this tournament. Do not expect him to see the bench at any point tonight. 2 15-minute extra time periods on the way.
And there's a problem for Argentina, okay? Because it doesn't change the fact that the Dutch still have a height advantage and still are going to have that advantage going on here for the next half an hour. So they got to deal with it.
Playing the same way they did the closeout regulation?
Absolutely. You learned one thing from the Australia game was they don't know how to close games out. You send balls into the 18, and you utilize that advantage that you have.
Huge pro-Argentinian crowd there. But they've been muted many times, John Strong referencing that the players trying to get the fans to lift this team up. So 2 15-minute extra time periods on the way. 2-2 after regulation plus 11 minutes and maybe some other time as well. All right, John Strong, Stu Holden, what do you got for us here in extra time, friends?
Rob, remember when there were 10 minutes left and it was 2-0 Argentina and everything was just calm and easy? And Antonio Mateo Lahoge, the referee, has gone to great lengths to not send any players off. Nicholas Otamendi and Virgil van Dijk appear to be the only players shown yellow cards at the end there. Messi has a yellow card. I mean, at a certain point, he's running out of guys to show first yellow cards to. If you're Argentina, I mean, yeah, what do you do here?
Well, I don't think the game will look like it did at the end. The Dutch got their equalizer, and the reason they were in so many attacking opportunities is that Argentina was sitting so deep. They're not going to sit as deep as that now. They're going to have to try to come out and play with the ball. The Dutch won't be as aggressive because they're not playing with as much desperation. Of course they're going to play direct. Of course they're going to still put crosses into the box with De Jong and Weghorst up there, but it's not going to look like it did right at the end of the half there.
Testament to the chaos. The referee forgot to do a coin toss there, and he had to go run and get a coin and do it quickly. 15 minutes each way. This is the 7th time the Netherlands have gone to extra time in a World Cup match. They've never actually scored a goal in extra time in their history in a World Cup match. Argentina, this is the 10th time in their history they've gone to extra time. They have advanced either by winning the game in extra time or by winning a penalty shootout. 7 of the prior 9. See if history matters here. All the while, Croatia, we thought that was something, and it was. Coming from behind in extra time to beat Brazil in a penalty shootout. They await the winner Tuesday night here at Lusail in the semifinal. Tagliafico, long run, not going to get there. And Timber got a touch to that. I mean, these fans seem stunned. More of a conversational murmur right now around Lusail than sort of the intense roar we've been getting. Wout Weghorst, 83rd minute, 90 plus 11. As the Netherlands wipe away a 2-goal deficit with 10 minutes to go, courtesy of Messi's penalty. Manuel Molina's first career international goal way back in the first half. So how different is this now for the Netherlands? As you said, you're not just lumping balls up. You got your big dudes out there.
Yeah, but you're not playing with as much desperation, as I said. So it's more control again. This is a lot of what we saw during regulation. We're back to this, hey, let's feel each other out again. And how's this first period of extra time going to look? And now it's about limiting mistakes. Argentina made some huge mistakes at the end of that second half. None more than Otamendi fouling right on top of the box and gifting the free kick to the Netherlands that they ultimately worked an incredible set piece and a goal, you have to say. But it's a foul you don't have to make, but that comes off the back of all the pressure that Holland mounted. So they're going to wait. The Netherlands will take their time. Again, if they get a set piece, if they get the ball wide and the ball in the attacking half, you're going to see crosses into the box again. But this is back to now, again, limiting some mistakes and not giving a lot away. Managing risk, because one mistake now ends the game for you.
Confirmation there as Otamendi was shown a yellow, 90 plus 12. Argentina get a window back so they can make 2 substitutions in 1 remaining window. See, the Netherlands have made their 4 substitutions. They have 2 available as well. What on earth have we just seen?
And what are we going to see? Who's going to be the guy that shines now?
Enzo Fernandez, Lionel Messi, he's a good bet. Messi clipping it across, Tagliafico off off the chest. It bounces in. It's popped in the air. Messi trying for the overhead. It was cleaned up by Frankie de Jong.
We haven't seen much of Messi, have we? Because Argentina has just been defending. So now they have some possession. Now he's getting on the ball. Now pulling some strings from deeper. That time finds Tagliafico, comes inside, and then as it was trying to pop up, it looked like he was going to go up and go for the acrobatic volley. Ends up being a nice clearance from de Jong, recognizing that and poking it away.
Frankie de Jong is down.
That's Paredes, who is on a yellow. He's got to be careful. He's really come into this game and mixed things up, hasn't he?
I believe there have been 12 yellow cards shown because there's 11 players listed, and then you had an assistant coach for Argentina. But clearly the statistics monitor in front of us keeps changing and adding guys and taking guys off. So they're trying to catch up too. Nathan Ake on the run. Cody Gakpo looking on Molina. Flips that cross in. Martinez at the last minute pulls up the landing gear and lets it go out. So Fernandez pocket pick there by Luke de Jong. These two went to a penalty shootout in their last meeting. Semi-final 2014. That was a scoreless 2 hours. This has not quite been that. Argentina prevailed. Lionel Messi, the only player on the field tonight who also took a penalty in that shootout, made in the first round. Nopert, it's a tough one for Dumfries. Had to track back to get it. Gets it away from Tagliafico. Paredes wants it in the middle. Comes to Otamendi instead. Few times tonight I can recall hearing the Dutch fans chant, testament to how stunned so many Argentine fans are here at Lusail Stadium right now.
And what you're seeing here now is both teams just taking a collective sigh, and just because that last 10 minutes was just so chaotic and full of energy. And
is that what you want if you're the Dutch, though? Wouldn't you want to keep it going? You had all the momentum.
You would, but it's so hard to then do what you were doing right at the end of the half, because as I said, you're selling out. You don't care if you concede the third at that point, because you're trying to level the game. They can't open themselves up like that and just say, hey, we're going for it right now, because the risk reward at this point in the game, you have to manage it like this. And
Timber went diving in. Fernandez wriggles away, wins a foul.
I mean, trust me, from a neutral perspective, I would love to see that 10 minutes again and again and again. It's phenomenal drama, but neither coach wanted that. Of course, Van Gaal wanted it in that moment, but now you want your team, which the Dutch have not done so far. They haven't played with the ball. Argentina now have just chosen to use the ball to try and spread the field and take control back.
And their fans have woken up. Might have been a handball. That's what the Dutch are arguing. No call. Messi comes back the other way. Two orange shirts just blocking him off on every touch as Fernandez reverses to the far side for Molina. Running inside an Ake. McAllister, Messi, Ake, great tackle. Berghaus. Got a release now. Luke de Jong hadn't played a single minute of this tournament until late on.
It's smart from Luke de Jong, because now the Dutch don't have the same type of speed that they had up.
And he's tripped up. Free kick coming for the Netherlands, and here comes the chaos.
Yeah, and it's smart again. He takes a nice ball under pressure, spins away, and draws the foul. Otamendi, who was the guy who made the foul, one of the fouls earlier in the half in a dangerous spot, and released and gave an opportunity for the Dutch for a set piece. So here we go.
See Van Dijk there slowly walking forward.
And this is the type of game, John, that you were playing for as the Dutch. You play with control defensively, didn't open yourself up. You get the chance to go forward, you win a free kick, and set piece opportunity to take advantage with that height.
They beat Martinez on both shots. He hasn't made a save tonight. Berghuis sends it in. Frankie de Jong, not quite sure what his intention was. Tangle of legs. That'll be an Argentina free kick.
Just an underhit ball this time that allowed the 5'9" Lisandro Martinez full extension there to head that one away.
Lisandro Martinez again not on the same page with Lautaro Martinez.
And we mentioned his height because of the height difference, but it was referenced when he signed for Manchester United. And he's having a phenomenal season, one of the best center backs in the league this season to this point. But when the game is like that, you're at a massive disadvantage.
Messi dumped to the turf in a collision with Timber. Play on as Lautaro Martinez as Messi's down behind the play, and now it's going to be pulled back.
Well, I'm interested to see what he does here. Jurrien Timber is on a yellow card. Now he's laying down. I saw the two collide. I'm not exactly sure. Did they just run into each other? Was he impeded? He didn't do a whole lot wrong. Messi ends up turning and running into him. He tries to suck him in, which he did, and then tried to run away. It's a foul, but not a yellow.
Remember when Lionel Messi batted the ball down in the middle of the field and didn't get a yellow card? And Lionel Messi got a yellow card, 90 plus 10. Messi shouldn't be on this field by one measurement.
Well, yeah, I get that, but I don't think he's also talking back to the referee if he's on the yellow at that point. But point taken.
It'll be a point made in the Dutch media, you feel, depending on how this ends up. As Lionel Messi stands over it, already an assist tonight along with a goal. And he'll clip this one in, not enough on it. Paredes resets for Messi. Messi lifts that one in all the way through.
I saw a hint of blood there in Messi's mouth after he took that collision.
Neymar scored and the whole world thought, well, there's one half of the Brazil-Argentina semifinal. Croatia had other ideas. Messi scored and we thought, well, the Messi dream stays alive. The Netherlands had other ideas. Noppert has made 2 saves tonight. That one gets flicked. Luke de Jong picks it up. Great tackle. Hit and play, and Van Dijk had to be alert to clear it back to Noppert. Tagliafico. Get away from the 2-goal hero, Wout Weghorst. McAllister's fouled. One of the beautiful things about this game, we come in talking about Lionel Messi and about Virgil van Dijk, and it's Manuel Molina and Wout Weghorst who end up factoring in Hughes. Lautaro Martinez trying to hold it up on Timber. And that's going to be a free kick for Argentina. Messi wanted to go quick, still wants to go quick. Referee saying nope. What do you do on this one if you're Argentina?
It's messy over it. The left-footed angle, you just kind of try to float it around the penalty box. It seems too far out for a shot, but who knows? I mean, he's taking a pretty decent run up to this. He's going to float it.
Indeed what he does. Round the back, and Otamendi flying at it. Couldn't get contact. Dutcher saying he was offside. Flag stays down.
That's the one they're looking for. Let's see if he was. Hard to tell there. He tries to time his run, Otamendi, to stay onside as he's coming across, and he's at full extension. It's just the bend on the ball takes it away from him.
One minute plus potentially some stoppage time before we pause and change ends. That one skips backwards off of Pizela's head, and Emiliano Martinez comes to collect. Tara Martinez back for Alexis McAllister. Martinez once more. Took a little bit of a kick, gets it away. Referee saying, I saw it, it was a foul, we play advantage. Here's Messi. Martinez able to keep it for a moment. Got crowded off it. Frenkie de Jong escapes from Messi. And that will be the end of the first half of extra time. So not a whole ton going on there, as you might imagine. How does the final quarter hour play out before a potential penalty shootout? Rob Stone, back to you.
John, Stu, thank you. Ali Wagner, Clint Dempsey, Alexi Lawless here for the conversation as well. So after that furious 17 to 20 minutes for the Dutch that got them into extra time, things definitely calmed down, Lex, in this 15-minute session. Who had the better of it?
Yeah, I think the dynamic obviously changed, and we were asking the question, does...
All right, so not all mines we deal with.
Do the Netherlands continue to put their foot on the gas in the way that they did at the end of the game?
UXO. So, like right here, we just had a farmer come up, ask us to get rid of this. So, we are. All right, so got a little cluster right there. Cluster munition causes about 90% of the civilian casualties right now. Too dangerous to mess around with. So we are going to do a controlled detonation on that little guy. And that's it. It's done. All right, this field is littered with clusters. So we got a villager taking us around. He's right there. But yeah, there's clusters everywhere, and these dogs keep running around us. And we want to keep them away from these things. A lot of work. So on the outside, they don't look that bad. But these guys right here, yeah, this is what is just tearing up the civilian population. Yeah. It's good. Yep, so that's a wrap. We ran out of blasting caps. So many clusters out here. It's absolutely ridiculous. We had we brought a lot of caps, and we've gone through them all. And basically all we can do now is just mark where all the clusters are, come back tomorrow and blow some more.
Taken quick, too quickly for the referee's liking. Here's Messi. And Montiel opening up wide. He slips, but did it come last off Gakpo? It did for an Argentina corner, just their second of the entire game.
Well, the last corner that they had was they're trying to hit the near post. Again, we'll talk about the height advantage, but if you can get across the first guy and then look for some type of deflection, I wonder if Messi just tries to do the same again. Drop it on the 6-yard box.
That's exactly where it goes. No, little double clutch there.
Just a little too much height on it that time. Trying to get runners right across that front post, but Noper's got the height advantage and used it there.
Weghorst nodding it on. Pedro Martinez trying to escape and find a pass. Bounces back to him. On to the long to Tagliafico. Trying to connect with Lautaro Martinez. Big shout there on the outside as Dumfries goes down. Weghorst again the flick. Zela out jump for the second ball. And a flag will come up for offside, which will end the sequence on Luke de Jong. Just got that away. Montiel for Messi. Awful lot of fouls whistled, awful lot of yellow cards shown, and yet no one sent off. We're 11 v 11 somehow. Trying to make a run there. Ake just let it go to Noper. It's outside his box, not going to come to him. They can use his hands, and he slices it out.
I think he was hoping it was going to run into the box so he could pick it up, or he didn't expect that Montiel was going to continue his run and that he might have been able just to take it back in, but slices it out. Argentina throw. And
Messi
now an Argentina free kick.
Shown to Montiel would mean he would be suspended for the semifinal.
They must have said something there after the foul.
Man with the golden shoes stands over it. A little touch off to him by Paredes, allowing Messi to walk this in. Messi opens it up, wants it on that left foot. You saw what he was trying to do. He just couldn't get it done.
It's a nice idea, though. They saw that there was only one man out, and it was Frenkie de Jong. So play the 2v1. Gakpo ends up coming out a little late. I still think he's trying to just bend it out to that far post. De Jong did a good job not biting too early going in. So then it flies over the crossbar. But they were trying to try a little something different.
Martinez rising up, wins the second header, hooked away by Timber. Otamendi across. Otamendi, Lautaro Martinez lays it off, not enough. Timber comes away with it. Paredes picks it clean off his shoes. Dutch are upset. They thought that should be a foul. It is going to be a foul, but against them.
I think Timber loses his shoe. Yeah, he did. He's going to get it back from the referee.
Angel Di Maria, limited by a quad injury, did not play because of injury when these teams met in the semifinal of the 2014 World Cup. Not yet, but will be the final change of the game for Argentina. Lifted up to McAllister, lays it back in. Lautaro Martinez comes to get it. Martinez into the middle, stabbed away by Van Dijk. And here comes the change. Lisandro Martinez will be withdrawn. At a certain point, you're also wondering if Lionel Scaloni is thinking about a shootout.
Yes, 100%.
International
just giving it straight away.
Gakpo running on. Pizzella didn't get the contact clean. Gets a yellow card. And is one of the few remaining on the field who can afford to pick up a yellow card.
And such a careless giveaway here. Such an easy situation for Argentina off a throw-in. The ball played straight to Gakpo. Now he's... Yeah, I mean, he wraps around the leg of Gakpo there, so it's a foul. Contact, set piece. And do the Dutch try something a little bit different again? Or you've got all these bodies who are going to just start to gather at that far side. I would stand it up to them. Just a little floated ball. Let De Jong and Van Dijk try and win it.
So Gakpo's looking to do. Luke De Jong is knocked down, and the second attempt is blocked. And a whistle for a foul against the Netherlands.
Well, that's what they do. They're looking for the big targets at the back. Not sure where is the foul one end up being on Ake here? Or
Gakpo's night is done. Going to bring up Noah Long, 23 years of age, 6th ever appearance. And his World Cup debut in the 113th minute of a quarterfinal against Messi in Argentina. Di Maria's first touch since coming on. Lose it to Nathan Ake. Scoops it ahead of Luke De Jong. Or at least try to. Here's Di Maria again. Messi. Two have been friends since they're kids. Can they find a way, the two of them, once again, to get out of this and advance to the semifinal? Enzo Fernandez. Got a big run coming from McAllister. Lautaro Martinez. Timber defending. Trying to go inside for Montiel. Clearance is bounced around as he all the way out. Here's Di Maria. Fernandez trying to cut it back. Wriggles away. Fernandez in the middle. It's deflected. It came off Van Dijk.
wow. This is so well worked here. Enzo Fernandez skipping past two defenders, splits the gap, and then the awareness to cut it back. Noper is behind it, but it's Van Dijk who does well just to get his hands out of the way. Everything else comes off his chest, deflected behind Argentine corner.
6 minutes plus stoppage time before a penalty shootout. They want the video assistant referee to search for a handball. None will be found. Di Maria in swinging ball, takes a deflection along. Van Dijk with Messi right in front of him, gets rid of it.
And everybody's staying up here for Argentina.
Montiel. Look off one man, able to hand it off for Di Maria, able to get the return. Montiel, corner again. Taken short. Here's Messi. Into the middle. And so Fernandez deflected! And it ends up on the roof of the net. Did it get a touch from Noper? Did it require a touch from Noper?
Oh my goodness, those can go anywhere. It's a crapshoot. Once it skims off your leg like that, it was a great strike from Fernandez to keep it down and low with power through traffic. You never know what's going to happen.
5 minutes plus stoppage time away from a penalty shootout. 5th quarter of the game for Argentina. Outswinger this time. Paredes holds it in. Resets for Di Maria. We'll do it again.
They're piling on the pressure here. Let's see if it's bend don't break from the Dutch. Or do Argentina find a way through? 5 minutes plus maybe a little bit of stoppage.
Di Maria, header flashing over from Petela.
He gets a good look at it, beats Van Dijk to it. Ake's late to react as well. Just trying to casually redirect it towards goal. This was the strike earlier, and Nopert's down. Look, he's going down, tries to scramble up, and he gets his hand up pretty quickly. It's a great reaction, and this was the chance before. Lautaro Martinez getting it on frame, or what would have been on frame if not for
Well, there's Paredes goes down.
Oh my goodness.
A quick thought on a penalty shootout. Emiliano Martinez not made a save tonight. Both shots have beaten him. Remember, he became a star at the Copa America last year.
Yeah.
Semi-final against Colombia, made 3 saves in the penalty shootout, chirping at the Colombian players the whole time.
The trash talking was part of it, yeah.
Andres Noppert, on the other 6'8", big dude, has never been in a penalty shootout in his professional career. Will it matter? Here they come. Luke de Jong's going to get on the end of it, kind of play into the middle. Picked up on the near side by Long in his World Cup debut. Hooks that cross in the back post, and Martinez not cleanly.
Oh, it didn't matter. He found a way. He had to get there. Berghaus was sneaking in off the back shoulder here, and he's going to beat his man to this. Otamendi's just watching and hoping. And Tagliafico is thankful for his keeper there, reacting to come out and get that cross.
Argentina, one of the best penalty shootout records in World Cup history, including beating the Netherlands in 2014 in the semifinal. Messi made in the first round. He cuts it back on Frenkie de Jong. Messi, does he even want a shootout? Roll to the far side. Tagliafico takes the touch, rolls it back in. McAllister forced to cycle it around, and Argentina forced to retreat. Montiel. Enzo Fernandez, Lionel Messi. Di Maria trying to keep it. Messi picks it up. Couldn't get through. 3 orange shirts. Paredes couldn't stop the counter. Luke de Jong gets it away to the far side. Here they come. Otamendi, last man back to defend. How about that little move on the outside? Now the cross clipped in. Emiliano Martinez is there. Now here come Argentina. Montiel. Lautaro Martinez will find it. Turns it back. Martinez save. Pushed away. Noppert playing safe. 3rd save of the game.
How about Noppert? 5th appearance. All of them have been in the World Cup. And has come up with some huge saves time after time. And then potentially has the opportunity to be the hero in a shootout. If we get there.
By every
Maybe one
measure,
chance left.
By every measure, should not be here. Should not be in goal for the Netherlands. Incredibly, he is. There's Di Maria. On the return, Ake knocks it away. Argentina thought that should have been a foul. Di Maria gets it back. Got Tagliafico up the outside. Timber knocks it away.
So narrow right now. No width. Everything through the middle.
Here they come again. Messi! Messi! Wide.
Deflection, though. It's going to be a corner. Just a little touch as he goes to strike this. It was shaping up for him. This could be potentially the last kick of this match before penalties.
We'll have 1 added minute, so there's 1 minute and 15 seconds or so. Di Maria to take, 120th minute. And it comes from Di Maria. Noppert, he was going for goal, and Noppert tipped it over the bar.
Oh, it's bending. He's going for the Olympico, and they're going to play this one short.
Messi, 121st minute. Back into the middle of the field. Enzo Fernandez off the outside of the post.
Almost a hero. Enzo Fernandez, look at that strike, dipping, swerving. Ake out of the way. Noppert beat. And gets the kiss off the post, and the one that he would have hoped for on the outside, out behind for a goal kick. And that is a Dutch collective sigh of relief there. Oh, my goodness.
We said few nations on earth have the World Cup history of these two. It's one of the most played series in World Cup history. They played a quarterfinal again. They played a semifinal. They played a final. This is another all-time classic between these nations. How's it going to end? We're not done yet. Flip forward all the way through. Is there time enough for one more attack? No. A penalty shootout will decide this game. Incredible. What a day. What a way to begin the quarterfinals of this World Cup. Penalty shootout coming. Rob Stone, first to you.
15 yellows, 11 subs, 4 goals, 120 minutes, and we're not done yet. We are off the penalty kicks for the second time today. Last time both quarterfinals at the World Cup went to penalties on the same day. Mexico, 1986. West Germany advancing over the host nation. France advancing over Brazil. Brazil already falling in penalties today earlier to Croatia. John mentioned it. It's worth reiterating. Last time both these teams went to added extra time, they were facing each other. And it ended up going to penalties, 0-0 after regulation and extra time. Argentina 4-2 over the Dutch on penalties. Messi was there and converted Argentina's first penalty. Argentina, Ali, by far had the better of those final 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah. They were on the front foot, and we're sitting here just grabbing our heads. There's no way that they've not found the back of the net. That last shot by Enzo Fernandez, thought he could have been the X factor, but it wasn't to be. And the reality is, we've seen Argentina in big moments, recent 2021 Copa America against Colombia. The semifinal went to penalties, and that's where you saw Emi Martinez have the really big moment for this Argentinian side, and they knew they had a goalkeeper they could trust in. He's going to want to replicate that form.
Speaking of goalkeepers, Nopert, his entire international career has been here in Doha at the World Cup. And now that 6'8" goalkeeper who's been wonderful through this game has to face down Argentina. Keep in mind, earlier in the day, we saw a situation where Neymar ultimately didn't end up taking a penalty because he was late in the order. We'll see where Messi shows up in this one.
I think it has to weigh on Argentina's mind a little bit. They were winning 2-0 in the 82nd minute, and then they conceded those goals. Now we're in extra time. Now we've gotten to penalty shootout. You like to, I think that there's more pressure on them in this situation. It's almost like Netherlands is on borrowed time, but it's about who can keep their composure in these moments and who can deal with the pressure the best.
And you actually look at Nopert, and this is a goalkeeper that was slotted in because Van Gaal said he is not fazed by the occasion. Well, this is the occasion now.
Nopert, 28 years old. This is just his 5th game ever for the Dutch national team. Lexi, you mentioned he's 6'8". We did some digging. Wingspan reportedly 7 feet 3 inches.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's going to do that thing where he touches the crossbar and tries to intimidate the.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he doesn't have to reach very far to touch it. I mean, his head probably at some point, if he jumps up and down, could hit the underside of the crossbar. But this is, by the way, what a day. This is awesome.
Greatest quarter-final day ever. Period. Trademark. Book it. Print it.
3 Messi penalties already in this tournament. What's in store?
He's already had one today that he converted. Again, 2 coin flips here. The first coin flip is to decide which goal they're going to shoot out. Clint loves these coin tosses. The second coin toss...
I don't think there should be 2 coin tosses. Just do one.
The second coin toss is who goes first.
One is you decide if you want to go first or you're going to pick the side.
And who goes second.
That's all you need.
Earlier today,
one coin toss.
Croatia eliminated Brazil on penalty kicks 4-2. Who will survive to take them on? The Dutch and Argentina in penalties. What a Friday it's been. John Strong, Stu Holden, take us home.
Rob, would you have thought Virgil van Dijk would be first to step up for the Dutch? But again, what has happened tonight is to be expected.
Well, you have your list. You saw the coaches talking to the players. Designate that list. And look, you want your captain right now stepping up and setting the tone. First one is key to set the tone for the rest of the shootout.
Emiliano Martinez didn't make a single save tonight. Can he make one in the shootout?
Well, that's the marker been laid. Emiliano Martinez guesses the right way. Full extension, right hand on it, at a nice height for him. Now, we saw Neymar not take one for Brazil. Here's Lionel Messi, their best penalty taker. He's going to take first. And hopefully for Argentina to set the tone back and bury this. Now, what's interesting, these two have already faced off in this game. And Messi waited for him to go one way. Do we see him do the same, or do we see him pick a corner and just smash this?
In what could be the final game of his international career. Messi scores.
Now here's the thing, if you have the confidence like Messi and the ability to do it, it's so hard to stop as a keeper. Last time went the other way. This time goes the other way because now he sees Noppert go. Gambling he's going to go the same direction. He doesn't, he bites. Messi calmly rolls it in the other corner.
Steven Berghaus, 30 years of age. First ever World Cup. 85,000 fans whistling at him. Saved!
Emiliano Martinez, this is when he broke onto the scene for Argentina. Copa America, not just how he did it, but what he did with that. The saves, the theatrics, he intimidates opponents. A little stutter step, he guesses, but what a great save that is. Full extension, strong hands. It's hit with power by Berghaus. Huge save, 2 saves to set the tone for Argentina, and a chance just to give themselves a little cushion. It's Paredes the sub.
Who got benched after their opening day loss to Saudi Arabia. Got cut from the last World Cup. Leandro Paredes to give Argentina a 2-0 advantage in the shootout. Yes!
Side netting, hit with authority. Gives the keeper no chance.
It's not do or die for the Dutch yet, but it's getting close.
And Emiliano Martinez out off his line, trying to shake the hand of Koopmeiners. All intimidation, mind games.
Town Koopmeiners, 24 years old, just his 15th international appearance. Scores!
That's a cool penalty. Not phased at all, and Emiliano Martinez, he doesn't guess. He waits in the middle to try to anticipate that maybe he's going to roll it down the middle and ends up just low and hard in the back of the net.
Gonzalo Montiel stepping up. There's an opportunity here for the Netherlands to change the momentum of this penalty shootout significantly. It's been mostly a backup coming through World Cup qualifying, coming into this tournament. Montiel against the big man, Andres Noppert. Montiel delivers. And Argentina kick away from winning it.
Here's an example of just pick your spot. Don't worry about the keeper. Get over the top of it, hit the back of the net. Noppert goes the wrong way. And now Martinez against the surprise hero for the Dutch on the day.
We're not in this penalty shootout if not for this man. Wout Weghorst, 30-year-old, came off the bench, scored twice, including 90 plus 11 to force extra time. Has to make this to keep the Netherlands alive. And he does.
A lot of pressure on this kick. And he just handles it so well. closes the door at the last second, comes back across his body, and now here you see a little interfering. Dumfries, Di Maria protecting his teammate. The Argentine fans on the verge of tears.
They can win it with this kick. And Enzo Fernandez, one of the breakout stars, just his 8th international appearance, scored that incredible goal to slam the door on Mexico. 21 years of age, has come out of absolutely nowhere to be on this field. Can send Argentina to the World Cup semifinal with this kick of the ball. And he misses, and the Dutch are still alive.
Just got too cute with it. Just a little run up, a little stutter, a little hesitation. And his prayer wasn't answered yet. He's trying to wait and see as well if Nopert's going to guess one way. He didn't. He went the right way, and he just dragged it wide of the posts.
The Dutch still are in sudden death. They have to make this kick. It's Luc de Jong, didn't play a single minute until he came on right at the end of normal time to rescue it. Has to make this. And he does.
Same thing right now off the ball. It looks like Lautaro Martinez, who's walking up to take all the Dutch players surrounding him after de Jong keeps them alive.
It's been a tough tournament for this guy. Came in as the starter, got himself benched. 8 shots, 9 now, including tonight, without scoring. Only 3 players in the entire tournament with more shots than Lautaro Martinez without scoring a goal, who now is scrapping for minutes off the bench. But the 25-year-old, at his first World Cup, can win the shootout for Argentina. Andries Noppert trying to get in his head. Can he force a save or a miss to keep the Dutch alive and send us to sudden death rounds? Or can Lautaro Martinez send Argentina to the World Cup semifinal? Yes!
In a lot of younger people to political information and content.
Well, that's right. And I think it also forced those of us who are in politics to pay attention to him because he was speaking to this younger generation. And I think sometimes the way that we deal with, my generation deals with politics is, you know, completely an opposite to the way that young people see it. And I think it's important for us to understand that. I mean, he speaks to a demographic we need to vote and to care about us. And so we're going to miss him, but I'm sure the Daily Show is going to find somebody else that we're going to fall in love with, too.
And not just vote. We've got, you know, the youngest, right, member of Congress. We need them to run for office and help run the country, get it going in a better direction. Don Edwards, you are the perfect person to have this conversation with. Thank you for jumping on the air and spending some time with us today. Coming up for us, from his family business being convicted of tax fraud to a key ally testifying in a major criminal investigation into him, the no good, very bad week that was for the ex-president. In the next hour of Deadline White House, after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
If I could be maybe where you are, if I could be baby.
Giving is never small when a gift says so much. Etsy has it.
If you still have symptoms of moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or active psoriatic arthritis after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help.
Stand up to your symptoms with Rinvoq. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that tackles pain, stiffness, swelling. For some, Rinvoq significantly reduces RA and PSA fatigue.
It can stop further irreversible joint damage, and Rinvoq can leave skin clear or almost clear in PSA. That's Rinvoq Relief.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq. Rinvoq. Make it your mission. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Shop Michael's today for our lowest prices of the holiday season. Get 70% off a variety of frames, strung beads, and more. Plus, score epic savings on everything you need for every way you celebrate. Hurry in and get our best prices on thousands of items. Sale ends Sunday.
Ever notice how stiff clothes can feel rough on your skin? For softer clothes that are gentle on your skin, try Downy Free and Gentle. Downy will soften your clothes without dyes or perfumes. The towel washed with Downy is softer and gentler on your skin. Try Downy Free and Gentle.
These underwear are pee-proof and period-proof and sweat-proof. They're leak-proof underwear from NYX. Comfy and confident protection that feel just like normal. With so many styles and colors to choose from, switching is easy at NYX.com.
When the details take precedence, the rest falls perfectly into place. We strip away everything but the essential. And what we're left with are thoughtful bedrooms for modern living. Thuma.
Hey, little robot, stop the holiday music. Hey, little robot, stop music.
Hey, sweetie, stop asking the litter box to do stuff. Say hey to Litter Robot and goodbye to scooping. The smart appliance that helps without asking.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Loan Falcon! There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
When you need brutal honesty, extremism doesn't work. When you need answers first thing in the morning.
Tell me what your concerns are for the threat to our homeland from within.
Russia in retreat. What happens from here in your estimation? How long can Putin keep this up?
You need your Morning Joe, only on MSNBC.
He had said something to the effect of, I don't want people to know we lost, Mark. This is embarrassing. Figure it out. We need to figure it out. I don't want people to know that we lost.
Hi again, everyone. It's 5 o'clock in New York. That right there is the twice impeached ex-president's deepest fear. Losing and having people know about the losing. And yet, as of late, that's pretty much all that's been happening to him. Most of his picks for the midterm elections were losers at the ballot box. In fact, Republican Senator Mitt Romney called Trump's endorsement a political kiss of death for candidates. And it's not just the political losses that are piling up this week. Trump has seen an avalanche of legal defeats as well. Let's take a look at what happened just this week. Tuesday was a really busy day. The Trump org was convicted on tax fraud and other crimes by a jury that found Trump's business guilty on all 17 counts it was charged with. The January 6th Select Committee announced it will be making criminal referrals to DOJ, and the special counsel investigating the deadly insurrection subpoenaed local officials in states that were central to Trump's efforts to overturn his defeat. On Wednesday, Trump lawyers found at least 2 classified documents in a storage unit being used by the former president in West Palm Beach, Florida. The search was performed after a federal judge pressed Trump to fully comply with a May subpoena to turn over all classified materials. And yesterday, DOJ asked a federal judge to hold Trump's office in contempt for not complying with that May subpoena. As we reported at the end of the last hour, the judge ultimately did not grant DOJ's request. The special master review of the documents seized at Mar-a-Lago, which Trump had fought for, was officially brought to an end, kaput, and Trump's ally and former national security advisor Mike Flynn became just the latest in a long line to testify before the grand jury in the Fulton County, Georgia criminal investigation looking at Trump's attempts to change the election results in Georgia. The ex-president now facing a reckoning with the rule of law, as David Frum writes in The Atlantic, quote, Trump's hope to use the afterglow of the presidency to buy immunity is not yet crushed. But it's not holding up either. The Mar-a-Lago investigation is unfolding. Other legal actions against Trump continue. And a New York jury has now convicted Trump's company of crimes on the basis of evidence that, in some cases, literally bore his signature. Since 2015, America has faced a choice. It could have a working rule of law, or it could have a Trump presidency. Not both. After much time and anguish, the Trump presidency was repudiated at the polls. Now the rule of law has returned. The man who tried to overturn the Constitution to save his job as commander-in-chief and avoid the law now has to meet it as defendant-in-chief. Trump's mounting legal woes is where we begin the hour with some of our favorite reporters and friends. Joining us now, Jackie Alamany, Washington Post congressional investigations reporter, also an MSNBC contributor. Also joining us, former CIA director and MSNBC national security analyst John Brennan's here. Joyce Vance is back, former U.S. attorney and law professor at the University of Alabama. And with me at the table, Jim Walden, former assistant U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of New York. I want to start with you, Director Brennan, and I wonder what the assessment is of the health of the United States of America's rule of law.
Well, Nicole, I think the setbacks that Donald Trump and his organization and those around him have endured this past week certainly have been richly deserving. It is clear that throughout his lifetime, Donald Trump has used every legal tactic and trick to try to avoid accountability. And finally, I think the legal system is catching up with him, and I think he has sort of run out his string of good luck in terms of what he's been able to avoid. But I do think what is happening now on multiple fronts just clearly demonstrates that Donald Trump has not adhered to the rule of law throughout his life, whether it be in the business world or in the political world. And so therefore, I think what the signal that's being sent, not just to Trump, but also to the broader, I think, constellation of American interest, is that the rule of law is prevailing, and sometimes it takes time, as they say, but the wheels of justice do grind on.
Joyce, I mean, to Director Brennan's point, they grind so slowly, and they move so much more slowly than certainly the news cycles and of our politics. Let me show you something that the ex-president's niece, Mary Trump, said last night on the air with my colleague, Joy Reid.
You know, the narrative after the midterms was he's the biggest loser, and my response to that is, in what way? In what way? Right. He's a free man. He's still raking in tens of millions of dollars from the people he's grifting off of. He's still at the top of the Republican Party. There are no consequences. There continue to be no consequences. So I think it's a mistake to think that we've passed the point of no return for him.
You know, to Mary Trump's astute observation, the wheels are grinding, but he has not yet been held to account. What is your degree of confidence that he will be, Joyce?
Increasingly, I'm very confident, Nicole, because I think particularly in the Mar-a-Lago matter, he's engaged in conduct that's so clearly criminal that DOJ will reach a point, now the special counsel, where he'll have to be held accountable. The point that Mary's making is a really good one, and it applies, I think, with particular force for people who've never had the experience that Director Brennan and I have had of working inside of government, inside of the parts of government that stand for the rule of law. It does look painstakingly slow on the outside, but in part that's because we have a system that's committed to protecting people's rights. And Trump was a real anomaly. He was someone who entered the highest office in our country with no respect for that rule of law. That's something that I think our system, as it developed, didn't fully anticipate. But now we're seeing that although at length there ultimately will be accountability for Trump, it's difficult and painful in many ways to watch the length of time that takes. My hope is that we will emerge a stronger country. We will obviously have to adopt some new rules with the Trump experience in mind, but people's confidence will be restored when they see that he can be held accountable. And the point that I would make is that Trump held himself out as a successful businessman for so many years, even though he wasn't. It was all a lie. He's also held himself out as someone that the legal system, and especially the criminal justice system, can't touch. That, too, is a lie. That's a myth, and it's about to be exploded.
One can hope. So, Jim, I want to sort of drill down on one of the things Joyce mentioned, this Mar-a-Lago investigation. And I think one of the things that has happened is that people who are not lawyers think they can talk like them, and think, people like myself, right, think that we can explain a special counsel reg, we can explain probable cause, we can discuss the intersection and obstruction of justice investigation between the nexus of a crime and the obstructive. I mean, it's absolutely deadly. But I think that one of the reasons is what Joyce just explained, because he has run against the criminal justice system and seemed to have skated through it without ever being held to account. We have this understanding of just how it would appear he was able to manipulate his office and the power of the presidency to evade scrutiny. Let me go through what I understand to be the markers that have been hit in the Mar-a-Lago case and ask you where you think it stands. So in January, the National Archives retrieved 15 boxes of documents from Mar-a-Lago. They had 184 classified documents in them, 25 top secret. National Archives asked DOJ to investigate. May 11th, DOJ subpoenaed Trump. June 3rd, he hands over 38 classified documents in what he described as a, quote, diligent search for all documents that were responsive. Something happens at DOJ, they decide that is not the truth. Maybe they see that surveillance footage or have other testimony that belies that attestation. So on August 8th, the court approves a search warrant and 103 more classified documents are seized. In September, Judge Cannon enters the picture, appoints Judge Deary as a special master to review the documents. On November 18th, Attorney General Garland appoints Jack Smith. On December 1st, the Trump request for a special master is overturned by the 11th Circuit. And on December 7th, more classified documents are found at the Trump storage site. Do you see why the public would feel like none of this is doing anything? There's still more classified stuff in his boxes.
I do understand the frustration, but I also have never seen a criminal investigation with so many wins up front, right? And the evidence is really compelling. Listen, I came from an office. It took 8 years to convict John Gotti. It took 2 trials to convict John Gotti. The Mar-a-Lago case, the evidence is pretty compelling on the mishandling of classified information, and there's a lot that we don't know about the obstruction case. But I think people have to be patient. And Mar-a-Lago is really not the tail that's going to wag this dog, right? To bring a documents case against the former president is going to be tough. But what I think, because I think the American public is going to accept the narrative that all presidents may take some things that they shouldn't take, and that shouldn't be the basis for an indictment. But I think whether it's intended or not, what's happening in Mar-a-Lago is that the public's being tested, in a sense, and warmed up to the notion of a larger indictment of Trump. First they use subpoenas, then a search warrant, then they move for contempt. I think that as more and more things happen to Donald Trump in the criminal area, more and more people are accepting the notion that maybe he should be indicted, or maybe we should move on to another candidate. So I think that there's something happening in Mar-a-Lago that's going to make some members of the public that are reluctant to an indictment more accepting of an indictment down the road. It's kind of like turning the Titanic. It doesn't happen all at once. It happens in small stages.
You know, Jackie, that's so interesting. Eric Holder was on our show, I think before the public hearings had started for the January 6th Select Committee, and he made a similar point, that one of the public services of their work would be socializing the idea of a very recent ex-president committing crimes among the public, and that it could serve to not soften the earth, but just socialize these ideas and the evidence of criminality from an ex-president, which is so jarring and so shocking, and which, until this point, to Mary Trump's point, Trump has used to his advantage. You know, I couldn't have committed crimes. It's a witch hunt. You know, tragically, about 35 to 40% of the country accepts that. Just talk about the body of public work that the Select Committee did to reveal to the country, and with some help from federal judges, the likelihood that Donald Trump committed felonies.
Yeah, Nicole, there is so much information actually just running through my head at the moment in terms of all that we have learned and all that we've been through during this past year, from the classified documents case to the January 6th committee. And when you think about the work that the January 6th committee showed, it's really only skimming the surface. I actually just wrapped up a bunch of source meetings today, and the amount that we don't know and are about to learn at the end of this month is truly just not shocking, is not the right word here, but there's just a lot that we haven't learned already. And it might not necessarily be as groundbreaking as a lot of the revelations that we saw publicly from people like Cassidy Hutchinson, Pat Cipollone, that had that shock value. People who were close with the former president, worked with him, were his allies, some of the most trusted people in the White House, who saw all of these things happening, all of the efforts to overturn the results of the election, and the chaos that was going firsthand, and then communicate that to these lawyers that were conducting these depositions or live to the American public via, national television. But still important information, nevertheless, that I think is going to push the public potentially even further in the direction of feeling like this former president may have conducted and engaged in some criminal activity. And again, we've said this a million times. I feel like by now you've practically read his entire brief on television, but Judge David Carter has said it himself. You don't need me, a journalist, to say it, but it is very likely that former President Trump and John Eastman both engaged in criminal activity to defraud the American people and obstruct Congress. I think that all of the information that we've seen and everything that is yet to come out and is coming down the pipeline, even what we'll see in the next few months of the new year from the Department of Justice and the special counsel, is going to be revelatory.
You know, Jackie, you say source meetings and our ears prick up, so I'm just going to press a little further here. Liz Cheney first read from the criminal code, I believe, in either December or January of last year, so about a year ago. She made clear that it was part of her mission to lay out evidence of federal crimes committed by Donald Trump. And she's Liz Cheney, so she puts her, she doesn't put up without producing. She has said more recently that if he's not charged, that is evidence that the rule of law in this country doesn't exist and doesn't apply to the most powerful people. What is your sense of her influence on sort of the aggressive nature that the committee will take in its final act of sending over criminal referrals?
There's no one who's had more influence than Liz Cheney. That is a fact, and we've all seen it publicly in the public hearings. She is the one who has largely dominated those presentations and sessions. She's driven the investigation at every step of the way. I think that most people would agree that her membership has been ultimately extremely positive, and that there's no one else who's been in the weeds like she has. But I think there are some people who also feel like her obsessiveness and desire to control and micromanage every single aspect has also been to the detriment of having a more sweeping and comprehensive look at some of the institutional failures. There are lots of pros and cons here. I could go back and forth on the two sides per all of these conversations that have, especially, I think, been percolating as we're getting closer to actually reading the report, and we're hearing that there is still dissent over the actual contents and what's going to make it in and what it's going to focus on. A concern that the institutional failures are not going to make it in, and that it will be too narrowly focused on the former president and the crimes that the committee is going to allege that he committed. But at the end of the day, I do think, again, unanimously, people on the committee, every single person involved, can agree that Liz Cheney turned this into a historic committee that's going to reveal a historic piece of work, and that without her leadership, it probably wouldn't have had as much of an impact as we've seen.
You know, Director Brennan, she has been a sort of human alarm for the country about the threats to democracy, but she is late to the game. I mean, before Liz Cheney, there was Jim Comey talking about a dinner where Trump asked him to see to it to let Mike Flynn go. And before that, there were other national security officials talking about what Trump and his campaign had done, wittingly or unwittingly, folks like yourself. What do you make of the through line of Donald Trump as an open question in terms of a threat, not just to American democracy and America's standing in the world, but to national security?
Well, I think over time it's become more and more obvious to more and more people that Donald Trump does present a very serious threat to national security. It's like the proverbial frog in the boiling pot of water. Clearly, what his actions have involved over the last several years, including his instigation of a coup against our country. I think it has just shown people just how debased he is as far as any type of respect for the rule of law. And I am so glad and confident that he is going to face a reckoning here, because we have an Attorney General and a Department of Justice that doesn't bend to political wins. And they're going to, I think, pursue this and call it very straight. And so therefore, I think, as was mentioned before by Ken and others, there's a compelling amount of evidence that's just accumulating that just points to Donald Trump's violations of criminal statutes, as well as just respect for the rule of law that I think we expect, first and foremost, from anybody who is going to be the President of the United States.
So since we've been in the yard, made a little list, and we haven't really gotten to any of these yet. The Georgia criminal investigation, the tax investigation, the Tish James investigation. We've talked a little bit about the Select Committee's criminal referrals. There's also Jack Smith, who has inherited now and taken over the twin criminal probes into the Mar-a-Lago documents, and members of the Trump orbit who were not present at the U.S. Capitol. That was his mandate from Attorney General Merrick Garland. And we're going to try to dig into all of those when we come back. No one is going anywhere. We'll also talk about how specifically the district attorney's probe in Fulton County is getting closer and closer inside the disgraced ex-president's inner circle. There's new reporting on that and a new court appearance from one of his closest allies in the coup plot. Plus, another side of the prisoner exchange that led to freedom for basketball superstar Brittany Griner. And the question many Russia experts are trying to figure out today: why did Moscow want convicted arms dealer Viktor Bout back in Russia so badly? Deadline White House continues after a quick break. Don't go anywhere on this Friday.
DeLonghi, espresso made right.
A must in your medicine cabinet. Less sick days.
Cold coming on? Zicam is the #1 cold shortening brand.
Highly recommended.
Zyfans love Zicam's unique zinc formula.
It shortens colds.
Zicam Zinc That Cold.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Deep sea driving, I see.
Something like that.
Well, here's something else. With your Farmer's Policy perk, new car replacement, you can get a new one.
That is something else.
Get a whole lot of something with Farmer's Policy perks.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
With Downy Infusions, let the scent set the mood. Feel the difference with Downy.
Ugh, this rental car is so boring to drive.
Let's be honest. The rent-a-car industry is the definition of boring, and the reason can be found in the name itself. Rent a car? You don't want a friend. You want the friend. You don't want a job. You want the job. The is always over That's why we don't offer a car. We offer the car. Sixth, rent the car.
We all know that we'll eventually need a will. Eventually. How about right now? Trust and Will has taken the process of creating your will and made it easy. Like while you're lounging on the couch, easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys, but customized by you. One question at a time. All documents are state-specific, legally valid, and start at just $159. That's not a typo. Find the plan that's right for you at trustandwill.com.
Meet Litter Robot, the revolutionary self-cleaning litter box that eliminates the chore of scooping, reduces litter tracking, and traps odors. And Litter Robot provides real-time updates. Litter Robot by Whisker.
The bedroom suite, with deliberate details and modern functionality. For the indoor enthusiast. Check in at thuma.co.
When you sign up for the MSNBC Daily newsletter, you'll get insightful articles by people you know and trust sent directly to your inbox, along with video highlights from your favorite MSNBC shows. Sign up for MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
Do you believe the violence on January 6th was justified morally?
Take the fifth.
You believe the violence on January 6th was justified legally?
Fifth.
General Flynn, do you believe in the peaceful transition of power in the United States of America?
The fifth.
It was one of the more shocking lines of questions and answers that the January 6th Select Committee presented. That was Trump's former National Security Advisor, Mike Flynn. Yesterday, Mike Flynn testified before the grand jury in the Fulton County, Georgia investigation. And while we do not know what he said, we can all hope it was a little more than the fifth over and over. But what we do know, the Washington Post reports this, quote, Flynn arrived at the Fulton County Courthouse in downtown Atlanta shortly before 1 p.m. on Thursday. He exited about an hour later, accompanied by his attorneys and under heavy security, including police officers who carried automatic rifles. Flynn's appearance came after a Florida appeals court this week rejected his latest effort to quash a summons from prosecutors in Fulton County, Georgia, who have called him a necessary and material witness in the grand jury investigation into alleged election interference by Trump and his allies. We're back with our panel. Jim, if he's not answering the question, do you believe in a peaceful transfer of power, because doing so could incriminate him, what is he answering?
He's answering nothing at all. I mean, I've seen that clip 15 times, and it's still dizzying to me that the national security advisor, who was a general in our military, who says that he believes in America, can't answer a question about peaceful transition of power. And I mean, I cannot wait to read the report, but we hear Donald Trump's name so much. It's Michael Flynn, it is Roger Stone, and it's Steve Bannon. Like, those are the three people that could connect the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys to Donald Trump. And in my view, sooner or later, one of the three is going to break, because I don't think any of those three, if they get indicted, is going to spend the rest of their life in jail. So I look forward to that day, and I hope that there is a time when one of those three or all of those three are actually telling the American people what happened on January 6th, because we still don't know how the link exists, although we know the link does exist.
I mean, Joyce, I don't think we'll ever. All three of them are recipients of pardons. Mike Flynn had confessed to his crimes in court twice, and then switched counsel. Sidney Powell became his lawyer, and he unconfessed, and ultimately Bill Barr gets involved in the sentencing phase, repelling lifetime prosecutors from the cases, and one even from the department. And then Mike Flynn stumbles into a pardon. What is the Mike Flynn part of the story here, in your view, Joyce?
You know, hope has to spring eternal if you're Mike Flynn that you can outrun the legal system, because he's had awfully good luck so far. To the point of him taking the Fifth Amendment when he's asked about the peaceful transfer of power, there are at least two known incidents that tell us why he might have to give that answer. One is a TV appearance where he's asked whether or not he believes things can proceed and there will be a Biden administration, and he talks about Trump's ability to use the military to avoid the peaceful transfer of power. And then he's in a meeting in the White House about 3 weeks after he's pardoned, where he's talking with Sidney Powell and others about this executive order that would have authorized Trump to again use the military to avoid the transfer of power. So it's not real tough to believe that he would need to take the Fifth Amendment. And of course, this hour that he spends in the courthouse in Georgia, that's barely enough time to clear security, get a little bit of Southern hospitality and a cup of coffee, and take the Fifth Amendment enough times that prosecutors know they're not going to get any meaningful testimony out of you. So to your point, Nicole, I don't think that Flynn, if one of these three is going to break, I don't think it will be Flynn, at least not right now. Whether or not Fani Willis decides at some point that he's a target of her investigation, not just a witness, could have some bearing on that question. She seems to be a little bit further down the road than the special counsel is at this point, but we don't know if that means she'll be the first one to indict or not.
Jackie, what do we know about the committee's interest in Flynn, Bannon, and Stone and their ties? I think they were being protected by members of the right-wing militia groups. Many of those members have come under criminal investigation and prosecution for things up to and as serious as seditious conspiracy. How much time do we believe the committee has spent pursuing those connections?
Yeah. I actually think that the committee has spent more time than they have publicly signaled. There is the purple team, which there are 5 teams. I'm sure if you're watching this, you're well aware of these different teams. And the green, the purple, the gold, the red, the yellow, and the purple team was tasked with looking at the militia groups' extremism, how Americans become radicalized, and the interconnectedness. There was some overlap between the team that was also examining Trump and his allies, and whether or not there were direct links there. And that is where I think a lot of people thought there might have been a smoking gun. You know, was an Oath Keeper or a Proud Boy on the phone with the former president at any point in the weeks leading up to the insurrection or on that day? That has not panned out. But the links that we have seen have been pretty explicit in terms of people like Enrique Tarrio and Stuart Rhodes being in touch with some people who were in Trump's inner circle, people who were in the West Wing meeting with the president in the weeks prior to January 6th, and people who were in close touch with him, like Roger Stone, Michael Flynn. I think that this is, again, back to sort of some of the tensions that are going on right now in the committee. There are current and former staffers that are worried that not all of those connections and the deeper sort of more academic explanation of how America got here and why people have felt so compelled to engage in these hate groups and travel down this path towards a radicalization that ultimately led them to this point might not ultimately be included in the final report.
Director Brennan, we've touched on, I think, almost all of the probes that we know about that seem to be reaching some sort of milestone at the end of the year here. The Georgia criminal investigation, the tax convictions, the ongoing probes into his businesses, the Select Committee's final act, the Mar-a-Lago probe. But the one thing that is maybe the most opaque to the public is Special Counsel Jack Smith's mission given by Attorney General Merrick Garland to pursue and investigate potential crimes committed by people who were not at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. What, as someone who's operated at the highest levels of the government, do you think that entails?
Well, certainly, by all indications, Jack Smith is the ideal person to look into this in a very in-depth as well as fair manner. And for those of us who have served at senior levels in the government, I think we feel that it really is incumbent on the system in order to hold the most senior officials in this government accountable if they have violated the law, if they have abused their oath of authority, if they have abused the trust that the American people has put in them. And so therefore, I think it's critically important that we find out exactly the extent of which that individuals at the White House and other areas were responsible for the travesty that took place on January 6th. And I do think that, again, as we've talked before, this process is taking quite a while. But I'm hoping that with Jack Smith's appointment, that we're going to come to a better understanding of who was responsible. I think by my account, the person in the White House at the time really was an instigator of this. But I do think we want to make sure that the rule of law is able to prevail here so the American people know what happened and that we can take appropriate steps and measures in the future to prevent a recurrence.
To Trump-proof the country. Jackie Alamany, Joyce Vance, Jim Walden, thank you so much for starting us off on all these threads today. John Brennan sticks around a little bit longer when we come back with Brittany Griner safely back in the United States today. Vladimir Putin says he's open to more prisoner exchanges that could lead to freedom for other wrongfully detained American citizens. There are also some concerns about why Moscow so badly wanted a convicted arms dealer returned to Russia right now. There's new reporting on that. We'll tell you about it after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
As an independent financial advisor, I stand by these promises.
I promise to be a careful steward of the things that matter to you most.
I promise to bring you advice that fits your values.
I promise our relationship will be one of trust and transparency.
As a fiduciary, I promise to put your interests first, always.
Charles Schwab is proud to support the independent financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
I love all types of dancing, salsa, and even belly dancing.
I am a triathlete. I've always been into health and wellness and fitness.
I tried everything with diet and exercise, and nothing worked.
There was just kind of this stubborn area on my stomach. But Cool Sculpting worked for me.
Cool Sculpting targets, freezes, and eliminates treated fat for good. No needles, no incisions. Discuss Cool Sculpting with your provider. Some common side effects include temporary numbness, discomfort, and swelling. You've come this far. Cool Sculpting takes you further. Visit CoolSculpting.com.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
Who's on it with Jardians?
Free. Jump. We're the ones getting it done.
We're managing type 2 diabetes and heart risk.
We're on it with Jardians.
Join the growing number of people who are on it with the once daily pill, Jardians. Jardians not only lowers A1C, it goes beyond to reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease. And Jardians may help you lose some weight.
Jardians may cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardians with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
A once daily pill that goes beyond lowering A1C?
We're on it.
We're on it. We're on it with Jardians.
Ask your doctor about Jardians.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Loan Falcon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Hey, little robot, stop the holiday music. Hey, little robot, stop music.
Hey, sweetie. Stop asking the litter box to do stuff. Say hey to Litter Robot and goodbye to scooping. The smart appliance that helps without asking.
Time to start eating better? If only it were that easy. Fresh and Lean thinks it is. Meals with fresh organic ingredients delivered to your door, ready to heat and eat in under 3 minutes. So if you're looking to eat healthier, we got you. How easy is that? Fresh and Lean.
When the details take precedence, the rest falls perfectly into place. We strip away everything but the essential. And what we're left with are thoughtful bedrooms for modern living. Thuma.
As Brittany Griner has now arrived safely back in the United States and is with her family, we are now learning more about the man who was swapped for the WNBA superstar. Russian arms dealer Victor Bout, who is nicknamed the Merchant of Death, was in the midst of serving a 25-year prison term for selling weapons and firearms to Colombian rebels intended to kill Americans. Ever since his imprisonment, Russia has been searching for any way to bring him home. The big question now is why. According to reporting in the Washington Post, though Russia complained that Bout was entrapped by the DEA, many U.S. officials and analysts say Moscow's anger was not linked to the merits of the case, but rather Bout's links to Russian military intelligence. Quote, "It's clear that he had significant ties to the Russian governmental circle," said Lee Wolosky, a National Security Council official from the Clinton administration who led early efforts to tackle Bout's network. Joining our coverage, former U.S. ambassador to Russia and MSNBC international affairs analyst Michael McFaul. John Brennan is still here. Ambassador McFaul, your reaction to Brittany Griner's release, and then we'll tackle Victor Bout.
Well, I'm thrilled that she's home. It's a great victory for American diplomacy. Of course, I would have liked a different deal. I would have liked a deal of 3 innocent Americans, Brittany Griner, Paul Whelan, and Mark Fogel, for this one true criminal. But I've done diplomacy with the Russians, and you get to a moment at the end of a negotiation where you know they're not going to give any more, and then you have to decide, do I take the deal or not? It's a close call here, but I agree with the administration to take the deal.
So what are we learning about Victor Bout, or what did people like both of you probably already know? Why do we think Russia wanted him back so badly? Ambassador McFaul.
John Brennan knows a lot about Victor Bout. I'll bet you most of it he's not going to tell you. But joking aside, I mean, he's a really bad guy, did a lot of bad things. And if you look at his biography, just look at his Wikipedia page and look where he studied, translator working in Africa during the Soviet times, providing arms. One would not be surprised if somebody with that background would have deep ties with Russian military intelligence, and not just that. That is the profile typically of those kinds of people. And when I was in the government, they asked for Victor Bout's release virtually every single meeting, if I recall, especially Foreign Minister Lavrov, when meeting with Secretary Clinton or Secretary Kerry. At the end of every meeting, an ask for him was part of the to-do list that they wanted. So they've been focused on trying to get him home for a long, long time.
John Brennan, what can you tell us about why the Russians may have wanted Victor Bout back so badly right now?
Well, Nicole, for many years there has been a very large worldwide black market involved in the trafficking of illegal weapons. And until his arrest in Thailand in 2008, Victor Bout was one of the most effective and successful and prolific arms merchants worldwide. And he did a lot of it in concert with Russian intelligence. And so then when he was detained, I think Russia was very concerned, not only that they lost an asset, but also that they needed to try to get him back into the fold. And as Ambassador McFaul mentioned, he has long been a major topic for discussions between the United States and Russian officials. Although Victor Bout has been taken off, thankfully, of that operational playing field for the past 15 years, I'm sure he still maintains a lot of the contacts and expertise and know-how about how these weapons, from small arms, rifles, and other battlefield weapons, up to missiles and tanks, how it operates. And so I think that they're probably hoping to be able to leverage his experience and his expertise in order to try to acquire additional weapons. But I am just so glad that after 15 years, we have been able to ensure that his activities at least were suspended for an extended period of time. And I think, like others, I think we're all celebrating the fact that Brittany Griner has been able to come home, but I am confident that there were extensive discussions among the national security principles about the pros and cons of exchanging Victor Bout, and I'm sure U.S. intelligence now is going to make sure that they're going to stay focused on this worldwide black arms market that the Russians play such an important role in.
Every conversation about Brittany Griner has included pleas for the returns of Paul Whelan and Ambassador McFaul. You put Mark Fogel on my radar, and we have constantly brought him up as well. I want to read something that David Whelan, the brother of Paul Whelan, tweeted today. Quote, former President Trump appears to have mentioned my brother, Paul Whelan's wrongful detention more in the last 24 hours than he did in the 2 years of his presidency, in which Paul was held hostage by Russia 0 times. I don't suggest he cares now any more than he did then, which was 0. The playing of politics with these swaps does represent a new marker. I'm sure it existed, but not to the point where the return of an American like Brittany Griner was immediately attacked by some on the right, to the point where the brother of a wrongfully detained American has to speak out with this effort to swat down misinformation and disinformation from not just some fringe, I mean, I guess he is a fringe character, but he's also America's last president. What do we do with that, John Brennan?
I don't know. Like you said, this should be a moment for a bipartisan celebration to be able to bring an American home. And unfortunately, and I will say, it seems as though the Republican Party more and more uses national security matters, intelligence issues as a political football that they can just toss around. And it really is to the detriment of U.S. national security, because I think it sends a signal worldwide that we are divided internally here, and that we cannot get our house together to deal with these critically important national security issues. So I am just pleased that the people who recognize that national security really needs to be bipartisan are speaking up and out in a positive way. We need to make sure we maintain the pressure on Russia and try to get Paul Whelan and others back. But at the same time, I think it's important for us to recognize that when the administration, whether it be a Democratic or Republican administration, does good, we need to be able to acknowledge that.
Well, and I think it's clear that this administration has done good this week, certainly in the eyes of Brittany Griner's family and fans and friends. And I want to ask you, Ambassador McFall, if this gives you hope, if this is a good sign for the fates of Mr. Whelan and Mr. Fogel.
No, it's hard to say, but there is some momentum here. Mr. Putin said a few things about it today that was encouraging. I don't exactly know what kinds of trades could be done, but the fact that we can finally do some business here and realize it will not bleed over 1 inch into cooperation on other matters like Ukraine. We just need to be very level-headed about that. But I'm cautiously optimistic that there might be other ways to get these people out of jail. And, you know, I am confident that the Biden administration, people I've talked to, are focused exactly on that task ahead.
It is one of, I guess, both of your jobs have many aspects of them that were very opaque, but it's my understanding that these negotiations are perhaps the most secretive and opaque of all. I have a couple more questions for both of you about what that looks like behind the scenes. Ambassador Michael McFall and John Brennan, stay with us. We have to fit in a quick break. We'll follow up with that, as well as some particularly heinous comments from Vladimir Putin about the war in Ukraine we want to tell you about. Don't go anywhere.
Puss in Boots. The legend will never die. You are down to your last life.
Oh no.
The legend tells of a wishing star. That star could get me my lives back. The wishing star is in the dark forest. 1, 2, after you.
Wait, what?
Dog? Still alive?
Let's go find out.
Puss in Boots. Only in theaters. Rated PG.
On Etsy, there's all kinds for you to find. Something engraved or handmade. For sharing, sipping, and decorating too. Crowns for queens, and everything in between. So everyone gets a treat or two. All kinds of gifts for all kinds of budgets. Etsy has it.
You've put your dreams on hold. Remember this? But I spoke to our advisor, and our Vanguard investments are on track. We got this, babe. So go do what you love. Thanks for being our superhero.
Only at Vanguard, you're more than just an investor. You're an owner, giving you flexibility to follow your dreams. That's the value of ownership.
There's still one place you go where emotions reign free. A place where the ultimate luxury is the luxury of just being yourself. Thoughtfully designed to put you and your passengers at ease. There's luxury you can feel, and there's luxury that lets you feel infinitely you.
This holiday,
Happy holiday.
get extra merry with Wayfair.
Merci.
From hosting essentials to just right gifts.
Shouldn't have.
Holiday your heart out with Wayfair.
Wayfair, you've got just what I need.
Psoriasis really messes with you.
Try, hope, fail.
No one should suffer like that.
I started Cosentix. 5 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentix. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Best move I ever made.
Ask your dermatologist about Cosentix.
Oh, what a good time we will have. You can make it happen.
Voltaren, the joy of movement.
Red Lobster's finer points of fun dining. Creating your own ultimate feast is the ultimate form of shellfish-pression. Create your own ultimate feast is here. Choose 4 of 10, like new cheddar-based shrimp. Welcome to fun dining.
My father didn't know his dad with Ancestry. I dug and dug until I found some information.
Birth certificate.
Wow. And then you add it to the tree.
It's like you discover a new family member.
It's the greatest gift. Now on sale at Ancestry.
We're back with Michael McFaul and John Brennan. I do want to get on the record with some comments that even for Vladimir Putin are particularly strident and inhumane, and that's saying a lot. The Guardian is reporting that he has said this today, quote, the settlement process as a whole, yes, it will probably be difficult and will take some time, but one way or another, all participants in this process will have to agree with the realities that are taking shape on the ground. The Russian president said during remarks at a press conference in Kyrgyzstan. Those remarks came a day after Putin appeared to revel in recent Russian attacks on Ukrainian civilian infrastructure. Drinking what appeared to be sparkling wine, Putin vowed to keep battering Ukraine's energy grid despite an outcry against the systematic attacks that have plunged millions into cold and darkness as winter sets in. John, the profile of Putin has been, we have all become students in it, thanks to the insights from folks like both of you. But it is still shocking to hear the delight he seems to take in the specific targeting and terrorizing of the civilian population in Ukraine. Are there more levers that can be applied to him to specifically sort of sanction that conduct?
Well, it's clear that Putin, for many, many years, has been a ruthless character. I think the extent of his evilness in terms of the human carnage that he has been personally responsible for in Ukraine, I think is just astounding. And so I think the international sanctions on him need to be as strong as possible to send a clear signal that this is wholly, wholly unacceptable. And in terms of additional pressures, I think, unfortunately, he's more susceptible to pressure from his right wing inside of Russia as opposed to from those who are opposed to the war. And Mike knows, better than I do, that domestic Russian political scene. But I do think what we need to do is to keep as much pressure on other countries. And clearly, we've had a united NATO, which is great. But I think we have to be reaching out to India and put additional pressure on those countries that are still willing to turn a blind eye in many respects to what's going on, and whether or not it's, including in the Middle East, Saudis and others who are willing to continue to do things and transact business with Vladimir Putin. I think what the United States can do is to take that global leadership role and trying to marshal even greater support and pressure on Putin until this very, very costly, ugly war comes to an end.
Ambassador McFaul, the isolation that Putin seems to be experiencing, it was put in place in a sliding manner when the military campaign started. The campaign now is squarely targeting civilians in both the missile attacks and the attacks on infrastructure designed to frankly, freeze people to death over the winter. What is the appropriate sanction and further isolation for that?
Well, Nicole, you raised a very important point. Remember, the Russians have lost almost 50% of the territory that they originally took, And so they're losing on the battlefield, and that's why he's resorting to terrorism. I think that people need to be crystal clear about that. If he could be winning on the battlefield, he would. He can't, and that's why he's attacking the infrastructure. And, you know, I talk to Ukrainians every day. I just talked to one 2 hours ago. People need to understand how difficult it is to live without heating, without electricity. My colleague, a professional colleague, got stuck on an elevator for 2 hours, and he apologized to be late for our Zoom call. That's how they're living every single day, and therefore we have to ratchet up the pressure, just like John said. Putin is ratcheting up the pressure, so we have to ratchet up sanctions. One step we could do is designate Russia a state sponsor of terrorism. These are terrorist acts that you're showing right now. Designate that, and that would have profound consequences in tightening up the sanctions. Second, the banking sanctions. They're incredibly leaky right now. Yeah. Lots we could do to shore that up. And then third, as John said, the secondary sanctions, those that are evading them, they have to have consequences for that as well. There's a long menu of what we can do. We're just not doing them. And now I think is the time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I worry that it's going to take more human suffering and the images of more suffering among Ukrainian citizens to get us there, when we know exactly from folks like yourselves what's around the corner for the Ukrainian people. Michael McFaul, John Brennan, thank you so much for spending time with us and sharing your expertise. We are grateful. A quick break for us. We'll be right back.
So you're 45. That's the perfect age to see some old friends, explore new worlds, and to start screening for colon cancer. Yep, with colon cancer rising in adults under 50, the American Cancer Society recommends starting to screen earlier, at age 45. I'm Cologuard, a non-invasive way to screen at home on your schedule, and I find 92% of colon cancers. I'm for people 45 plus at average risk for colon cancer, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider if Cologuard is right for you.
The American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge communities offer a free home away from home, closer to cancer care. People are meant to be together. Donate to help keep it that way.
Detect this. Living with HIV, I learned I could stay undetectable with fewer medicines. That's why I switched to Dovato.
Dovato is for some adults who are starting an HIV-1 treatment or replacing their current HIV-1 regimen.
Detect this. No other complete HIV pill uses fewer medicines to help keep you undetectable than Dovato.
Detect this. Most HIV pills contain 3 or 4 medicines. Dovato is as effective with just 2.
Research shows people who take HIV treatment as prescribed and get to and stay undetectable can no longer transmit HIV through sex. Don't take Dovato if you're allergic to its ingredients or if you take Dofetilide. Taking Dovato with Dofetilide can cause serious or life-threatening side effects. Hepatitis B can become harder to treat while on Dovato. Don't stop Dovato without talking to your doctor, as your hepatitis B may worsen or become life-threatening. Serious or life-threatening side effects can occur, including allergic reactions, lactic acid buildup, and liver problems. If you have a rash or other allergic reaction symptoms, stop Dovato and get medical help right away. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, or if you are, may be, or plan to be pregnant. Dovato may harm your unborn baby. Use effective birth control while on Dovato. Do not breastfeed while taking Dovato. Most common side effects are headache, nausea, diarrhea, trouble sleeping, tiredness, and anxiety.
Detect this. I stay undetectable with fewer medicines. Ask your doctor about switching to Dovato.
When it was time to sign up for a Medicare plan, Mom couldn't decide. But thanks to the Right Plan Promise from United Healthcare, she got a Medicare plan expert to help guide her with the right care team behind her. The Right Plan Promise, only from United Healthcare.
Vergine Immacolata, avrei voluto oggi portarti il ringraziamento del popolo ucraino.
It was Pope Francis yesterday in Rome, an extraordinary moment. He was overcome with emotion while praying for the people of Ukraine. The Pope has mentioned Ukraine and its people in nearly every single one of his public appearances since the war began. And just on Wednesday, the Pope compared Russia's war to the Holocaust, saying this, quote, "History repeats itself. Look at what is happening now in Ukraine. Talking to reporters after his prayer, he said that the war is an enormous suffering, a defeat for humanity. Indeed it is. We will be right back.
Ugh, this rental car is so boring to drive.
Let's be honest. The rent-a-car industry is the definition of boring, and the reason can be found in the name itself. Rent a car? You don't want a friend. You want the friend. You don't want a job. You want the job. The is always over a. That's why we don't offer a car. We offer the car. Sixth, rent the car.
Once upon a time at the magical Everly Estate, landscaper Larry and his trusty crew were delayed when the new kid totaled his truck.
Timber.
Fortunately, they were covered by Progressive, so it was a happy ending for almost everyone.
GetRefunds.com, powered by Innovation Refunds, can help your business get a payroll tax refund even if you got PPP. And it only takes 8 minutes to qualify.
I went on their website, uploaded everything, and I was blown away by what they could do.
GetRefunds.com has helped businesses get over $1 billion, and we can help your business too. Qualify your business for a big refund in 8 minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. Powered by Innovation Refunds.
You came in? The internet is telling me a million different ways I should be trading. Look.
What's up, my trade dogs?
So you should be listening to me.
You want to be rich like me?
You want to trust me on this one.
Malachite crystals.
Smash.
Wow. Yeah.
It's time to take control of your investing education. Cut through the noise with best-in-class education resources that match your preferred style of learning. Learn your way, not theirs. TD Ameritrade, where smart investors get smarter.
It only takes a second for an everyday item to become dangerous. Tide Pod's Child Guard Pack helps keep your laundry packs in a safe place and your child safer. To close, twist until it clicks. Tide Pod's Child Guard packaging.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Loan cannon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Hey, little robot. Stop the holiday music. Hey, little robot, stop music.
Hey, sweetie. Stop asking the litter box to do stuff. Say hey to Litter Robot and goodbye to scooping. The smart appliance that helps without asking.
When the details take precedence, the rest falls perfectly into place. We strip away everything but the essential. And what we're left with are thoughtful bedrooms for modern living. Thuma.
Thinking of skipping lunch today? Fresh and Lean is here to make lunch unskippable.
Hundreds of fresh, healthy meals.
Ready to eat and delivered to your door each week.
We tried a little bit of everything. All of them were good.
Restaurant.
Our work here is done.
This is a story about how student debt crushed the American dream.
You're asking a good question. How did we get here?
2 lines in a bill changed the lives of millions of Americans.
Somebody lied to you somewhere along the way.
Thank you so much for letting us into your homes for another week of shows. We are so grateful. The Beat with Ari Melber starts right now. Hi, Ari. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Nicole. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. I am Ari Melber. This is The Beat, and we're beginning with the story of the escalation of the stolen classified documents. It's a criminal case against Donald Trump. The DOJ went to court today to do something that we first reported this week. They had a very aggressive request to try to hold Trump and his legal team in contempt because they were not forking over all the documents. Now, this is a secret hearing, which means unlike really the vast majority of court proceedings, we don't have a real-time set of transcripts or information about what happened. But the DOJ will not confirm anything either. But NBC News is reporting that we are basically seeing the contempt of effort go down. It's still an escalation in the case that the DOJ, led by the special counsel, wants to hold Trump in contempt in the first place. But NBC is reporting that the judge, basically hearing that request, has decided not to yet go there, not to hold Trump's team in contempt, which is different than what we've seen in New York and other places where it's gotten that bad. Now, Donald Trump turned over at least 2 additional classified documents from a Florida storage facility. That happened this week. And that itself is in conflict with a June affidavit from Trump lawyers where they said they'd done a full diligence search and they thought they'd turned over everything. Trump was also rebuked by the appeals court in that special master that was temporarily operating but is no more. That was someone sifting through the evidence but also slowing down the process. And 2 of the 3 judges who ruled on that were Trump appointed. So what you have is an escalation in this case, a series of signs that there may still be stolen documents on the loose or allegedly stolen, depending on what is ultimately determined. And then this special counsel-led documents probe hitting a new aggressiveness, even as reportedly the judge is not yet willing to hold this former president in contempt at this juncture. We're joined now by John Flannery, a former federal prosecutor, right here with me, who has dealt with so many of these kind of cases. Welcome back.
Good to be here.
Number one, how serious is the case, given that they got the special master tossed and we've seen all this escalation this week? And number 2, what does it mean that if the reporting is correct, NBC News and ABC, again, I caution it's a secret proceeding,
right,
but reporting that this judge was not ready to do what the special counsel wanted as of yesterday, which was hold Trump in contempt?
Well, I think the popular reaction will be, with not knowing what happened, is there it goes again. Trump is different than other people. We have a political and we have a business class that stand above the rules that apply to everybody else. That's one reaction, and I get that online myself, and probably so do you. But the other question is, how did they prosecute this question of contempt from the beginning? They issued a subpoena in May, and it was, as I understand it from what we've seen in the public press, is that it was for the custodian of the records. Now, by law, the Presidential Records Act makes Trump that person. And yet they were then looking for a custodian, and this challenges the definition of custodian. You or I are a custodian of documents as they accumulate and as we keep them and as we do something with them. And if we had somebody on the stand who said, I was the custodian of the records, the first thing we do is disqualify them because they didn't even know the records before they came into that courtroom and somebody handed them a list. That's similar to what happened with Christina Bobb in this case. And basically a lawyer, Corcoran, it appeared, kind of forced her to sign a document that, in truth and fact, she could not truthfully affirm.
Yeah, let me slow you down because you're making such an important point on this. We keep saying documents, custodian. It might sound to some people like paperwork.
Correct.
But the allegation is that the documents are contraband, that they are stolen. In some cases, that they might involve top secret intelligence that could endanger people's lives.
Right.
So every time you say document custodian, we could also be saying like pile of illegal guns, right? Or smoking gun about foreign spies who are still living abroad. In other words, the custodian is of the stuff that might be fruits of the crime. And with that in mind, I'd like you to continue your point. I'm just going to add some of the Washington Post reporting of what you're talking about, where Trump's lawyers say they're wary of making a claim under oath based on Trump's word alone. Prosecutors have asked the judge to find Trump's side in contempt, as mentioned over that. And you basically have, to your point, what seems to be lawyers who might know a little better than they did when they first took the case, that if they go too far, they'll be in trouble, which is something we were touching on last night on this program.
You're a gracious and charitable man. How could anybody represent Trump and think you're going to be told the truth about anything?
Well, we try to be charitable at times.
Yes, well, and I guess I can comment on it.
Please.
And I am. So this custodian thing is a fiction. Because the Justice Department has taken a step back, like, how can I help you, sir? How can I help you, sir? We talk about a custodian like there was one instead of Trump. And there was no custodian except Trump. And so there are 2 premises you can proceed on, which apparently they didn't. I'm guessing why the judge didn't go with the contempt. One is you just say Trump is held in contempt because we now know, because of the search, there are all these documents, including ones in his own office, and some of those files are empty, suggesting that those documents have taken flight somewhere, he's lost them, he misplaced them, or he's traded them for something of value. That's the Trump case. And then the Bobb case is, if you, as a lawyer, was said, here, just sign this thing as the custodian, then it'll be okay, as Corcoran asked Bobb to do. And she did, saying, well, based on what I've been told. Well, that's not what a custodian is. And she had to know when she did that she was not the custodian and that these were, as you say, contraband. Each of these documents were classified.
So then on the push for contempt, In your experience, is that something that these lawyers go to their special counsel or Garland on and say, we actually want to make this move?
Well, I think what they do, if I were representing Trump, I don't like to give tutorials to, in my opinion, the enemy, the people that are doing very well.
You're entitled to your opinions.
By the failures of the Justice Department, also in my opinion, because it's hard to believe that you would lose this motion, given that the contraband, the classified documents, that you or I would be in jail immediately.
But I'm asking, do you think this, when you look at an assertive step like this, does it reflect Smith's sign-off or not?
The
special counsel.
Well, if it does, it doesn't speak favorably for him. Because it strikes me as very difficult to lose the motion when you have all of these things from May on, after the subpoena, that show you that they had documents.
Well, let me press you on that, Counselor.
Yes.
There's...
Counselor sounds dangerous. Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, well, there's the case.
I'm braced.
Okay.
Bring it on.
There's the case.
Yeah.
And then there's the subject. And we're taught in law school, no one above the law, the subject doesn't matter.
Yes, which is a fiction these days.
But it's a fiction. You and I have been around long enough to see the opposite, and our viewers have seen the opposite.
They have,
and so I wonder whether, in fairness to the DOJ, they had a good case on paper, and the special counsel said, all right, we'll make this assertive move, but the judge looks at it and says, and they're not supposed to, and this, you can get the final word, the judge looks and says, oh gosh, holding a former president in contempt, which by the way did happen in New York, but they say, they don't like it, and they don't do it. Because as you said, and I think it's fair, my observation, most people, if they played this many games with this many secret documents, they'd be in contempt or worse already.
Well, you know, you have, I think yesterday or the day before, you said what this case was about. And it goes like this. And to say it is to show how ridiculous it is for the judge to wrap her mind around this application. And this is the case. The case is, I have asked these lawyers to go out and confirm what there is, and they go to various places with a private firm, and they come back again with 2 documents from a different location in New Jersey. And so the Justice Department says, I want you to hold them in contempt for what? Not producing all the documents, or signing a document saying that they produced all the documents. And they're in the same position factually and as an evidential matter as Bob, who was asked to sign one back in June, which he couldn't sign because she had not been the custodian, and they don't know the universe because their client is a liar who is certainly not telling them what he has if he's following suit, as he has in every other instance of the many and varied array of crimes he's committed that we've seen and he's often admitted to.
Yeah. Listening to you, get the sense that you think he might be guilty.
I think it's possible.
Well, I like to wrap
100
it up.
documents in his. He got 100 documents they found on the search and seizure.
We have this big night in Washington. I'm going to get to Jen Psaki next. So, Mr. Flannery, I want to thank you as always for being here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being with you.
Appreciate it. As mentioned, what we call a super tease in the business. We have our shortest break, 60 seconds. But coming up, we go to the January 6th committee. Some news out of their big weekend meeting, and then White House veteran Jen Psaki here with me live on set in 1 minute.
Nexium 24-Hour prevents heartburn acid before it begins. Get all day and all night heartburn acid prevention with just 1 pill a day. Choose acid prevention. Choose Nexium.
Kevin! Oh, nice. Kevin, where are you?
Kevin! Hey, what's going on? I'm right here. I was busy cash backing for the holidays with Chase Freedom Unlimited. I'm gonna cash back on the gingerbread house.
Ooh, it's got little people inside.
And a snow globe.
Oh, I wish I lived in there.
You know, I can't believe you lost another Kevin.
It's a holiday tradition.
That it is. Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of what's yours.
Are you okay?
Oh, it's just a cold.
If you have high blood pressure, a cold is not just a cold. Coricidin is the #1 doctor-recommended cold and flu brand, specially designed for people with high blood pressure. Be there for life's best moments. Trust Coricidin.
The criminal referrals may actually be coming from Congress. The January 6th committee is holding an unusual weekend meeting this weekend. They're going to discuss this forthcoming report and something many are interested in, the possible criminal referrals they can choose to send to the DOJ. Chairman Thompson says they are mulling this. Some outlets have been reporting that the committee will likely refer Donald Trump himself and other individuals. The committee is weighing referrals for more than one person. We believe that could include, for example, John Eastman or Jeffrey Clark. Mr. Eastman, the coup lawyer, already has his share of DOJ problems that you see on the screen, whether he is referred or not by Congress. There he was having his phone searched by duly authorized agents under a warrant because, among other things, he tried to help Donald Trump commit a coup to stop President-elect Biden from coming into office. It is with that context, call it history, call it living history, call it full disclosure, that we turn to someone who's worked for President Biden, former White House press secretary, and now our MSNBC colleague and host, Jen Psaki. Nice to see you here in Washington.
Thanks for coming to D.C.
Happy to be here.
Lovely place.
I mention this because you have been at the center of all of this. Yeah. I think sometimes it gets normalized and laundered. That we don't fully reflect. The reason Mr. Eastman's having his phone searched there is because there was an unconstitutional and possibly criminal, the courts will decide, effort to stop President Biden from coming into office. One of the first times that's happened. And so when you look at what this committee is doing before they hand off the gavel this weekend, what do you think is important about that process, the criminal referrals, and of course the report that's also expected?
Well, first of all, I think it's very important not to normalize it. What happened on January 6th and all of the events were a horrible moment in our history, and this is all a reminder of that. I would say what's important about this is the audience. The audience here, Ari, is not the Justice Department. And I've talked to them about this. Nobody in the Justice Department is sitting around waiting for the referral. They are not sitting around and all of them watching the hearings. They're doing their own work. At the same time, the committee has done incredibly important work in informing and educating the public. That is the audience. That's what's important here. We don't know how referrals will impact or influence the public, but what is also true is that the hearings the committee has done very effectively. Frankly, they far surpassed my expectations. I think many people's, in terms of the impact they'd have on the public, moved the public view by about 5 points, but that's who this is targeted towards.
Well, it's so interesting because that's why I wanted to speak to you about this. We talked to lawyers about, as we just did to Mr. Flannery, about the court process.
Yeah.
You don't need to hear it from me. There are people who say that you were an effective communicator in government. The president.
Some people say the otherwise. I'd say the opposite.
You can find both, especially in this town.
You can find both, yes.
The president certainly felt that way about you, and I think that goes to the communication of what is the window of reasonable outcomes in political science. Something they call it the Overton window. How do you get people to say, oh, this is on or off the table? You know? And so I'm curious what you think about the referrals, which, as you mentioned, are not at all binding on DOJ, and this coming report. To put in the window the idea that if there is evidence that government officials or the former president should be indicted, that should be on the table or in the window and not automatically out of bounds where people say, gosh, I don't know, it's never happened, it sounds bad. Which to me, again, you know my job, I'm not prejudging what that evidence is, but do you think the committee's task in these next 2 weeks is to make sure that certain things are in that window?
Absolutely. And I think nobody can say, oh, there's never been precedent for doing these type of referrals. There also isn't really precedent, or not that I'm aware of an insurrection on the Capitol that the President of the United States was involved in. So I think what the committee needs to do, which they clearly have been carefully considering, is make sure that their referrals or whatever they're announcing publicly in their report meets exactly the bar of what this event requires, right? Clearly, Benny Thompson got ahead on the communications side of where the decision-making is. And before I came to talk to you...
Is that a nice way of saying you think he fumbled?
Well, I don't know if it was a fumble. We'll see what they decide. But getting ahead means they hadn't made the decision yet. And I checked in with one of the staffers from the committee today, and I said, what should people know? I'm going to go talk to Ari today. And he said, make it clear that nothing has been decided yet. They have this meeting on Sunday, and so Benny Thompson got a little ahead of that.
Well, let me jump in and then have you conclude the point. I think that's important for viewers to know. I showed, you know, it's one of these things of we're showing what's out there but not confirming it. I showed that some outlets are saying, oh, they are likely to refer Trump. That alone will be a big deal if it happens, but I can also report to viewers that the committee has not even held the internal meeting on Sunday, let alone the later public meeting that would formalize that. So when you see a headline that says they might do that, that's not them doing it yet, to your point about whether the chairman has communicated that to the public.
Right, and they're clearly considering it and seriously considering it. But this meeting on Sunday is important, as is their report that will follow in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, there's so much to get to. I want to bring in something else. So Jen stays as part of our our special show. I want to tell folks as a reminder, I am writing a foreword to the January 6th committee's full report. You can find it by going on Amazon or wherever you get your books to search Melber Jan 6. So you can go to melberbook.com. It will have my originally reported essay on this. And as I always tell folks, if you don't want to buy it or that's not your thing, it will also be available for free online from the committee. We are going to be watching the report as news one way or another. Coming up, we turn to some surging optimism after the big Democratic midterm win this week and the surprise move from Senator Sinema. Why it is not actually as big as some has made it sound and why Jen Psaki stays, because we're going to get into that by the end of the hour. Well, it's a special Friday here in Washington because we have someone on fallback we think a lot of people appreciate.
The bag's got one big storage area, and then there's 60 separate pockets within the area. I can't...
That's fine. Get away from me. Gary, come on.
I'm Mom, and I want to shoot down everything you say so I feel good about myself. I'm an uptight...
Today, my friend, you did it! You did it! You
Good news! A new clinical study showed that Centrum Silver supports cognitive health in older adults. It's one more step towards taking charge of your health. So every day, you can say, it's Centrum Silver.
If you're loud, be louder. If you stand out, stand strong.
Друзья, сегодня
And if
мне
you got the
мое
devil on your
выключенное знание
shoulder,
русского языка позволит дать отповедь этому идиоту.
take him for a ride.
Некто Бородавкину заявил о том, что в Казахстане живут нацисты, националисты. Если надо будет, то мы там проведем специальную военную операцию. Слушай, проводилка у тебя сломалась, Бородавкин, и у твоего патрона Путина. Вы уже 9-й месяц получаете звездюлей от доблестных украинцев. И я могу сказать, не дай бог, вы еще решите зайти к нам за легкой победой. Легкой победы у вас не будет. Вся казахстанская степь будет усыпана трупами ваших мобиков. Так вот, я могу сказать, когда ты говоришь о русофобии в Казахстане, то я хочу сказать, что в первую очередь эту русофобию сеете вы, такие как ты, Бородавкин, такие как эти Никоновы, Федоровы и всякие Соловьевы и Медведевы, которые чуть ли не каждый день с вашего пропагандона заявляют о том, что город Алмату нужно разбомбить атомной бомбой, что нужно захватить северные и восточные области Казахстана и присоединить к России, что нужно запретить казахский язык в Казахстане. Русофобия – это все, чего вы добились своими дебильными действиями. Вы что, думаете, что это украинцы просто так начали стрелять в вас? Это вы ворвались в чужой дом с огнем и мечом. И теперь получаете ответку. И то же самое будет, если вы зайдете к нам, если вы зайдете к нашим соседям. Вы идиоты, вы людоеды, которые поедаете, и самоеды, которые съедаете сами себя. Я очень радуюсь, я надеюсь, что эта ваша гнилая федерация распадется в ближайшем будущем. Бородавкин, если ты хочешь увидеть нацистов и фашистов в Казахстане, посмотри в зеркало, и ты увидишь самого главного фашиста и нациста. Слава Украине, Алга, Казахстан.
Democrats up against a wall where they may not want to support a Democrat running because she could be a spoiler and make it easier for the Republicans. That's not a today decision. As of now, I think people can take a deep breath about what this will mean for the next Congress. Back Democrats. Everybody can take a deep breath.
Still here.
What do I want from this bill? I'll never tell, because I didn't come to Congress to make friends. And so far, mission accomplished.
Punchlines keep coming. Jen Psaki's still here. I say that quite literally, that you look on your phone, the headlines wrote it big.
Yeah.
But as someone who's been exactly in this scuffle between the Biden White House and the Senate Democrats, what, if anything, does this mean?
I think everybody can take a deep breath who's worried about this here. First of all, Sinema's going to vote how she votes. She'll still be a pain in the neck to progressives. She'll still be unpredictable. She'll still want to be in the center of attention. So that will drive a lot of people crazy. But she made clear in her interviews that she's going to caucus with the Democrats. That's good news. That means Democrats will still control committees, which is a big deal. Getting judges through, getting nominees through. Where this is tricky, and you touched on this, Ari, is 2024. Does she run as an independent? Is she trying to back Schumer and the Democrats up against a wall where they may not want to support a Democrat running because she could be a spoiler and make it easier for the Republicans? That's not a today decision. As of now, I think people can take a deep breath about what this will mean for the next Congress.
Do you know, did Joe Biden find her more annoying than Manchin, or vice versa?
Depending on the day, Ari.
Depends on the day. Spoken like a press secretary. Really, really interesting to get a little context there, because some of it just blew up that way.
Right. You see a headline, it's like feels like everything's over after the big win for Democrats in Georgia.
I wanted to have you reflect on something that actually we all experienced along with Rachel Maddow and Joy Reid on the runoff night, which is one of those busy nights. So many things flying around. And Rachel led a little bit of a conversation about something that I think is really relevant, which is how Georgia's evolved. We've seen that not only politically, but does culture follow politics, or does politics follow culture? We think sometimes around here the latter. So I wanted to talk to you about this. Let's take a little look at this moment, Rachel, Joy, and others on the runoff night.
I think it's also worth appreciating that Atlanta is the cultural capital of America right now. That Atlanta is the hippest, coolest, best-looking, most forward-leaning.
Thanks, Tyler Perry.
I mean, Atlanta is the cultural leader of the United States in a lot of different parts of the arts right now, and in a lot of the creative economy. You see that swagger, you know what I mean? Like, you see that confidence.
You made that point.
You see national Democratic leaders, particularly black women leaders, coming out of Georgia, specifically coming out of Atlanta, who are leading the country in every other way. And that is because that city is sort of the pulsing, throbbing heart of the country in terms of culture and ideas.
And I'm going to say this as somebody from Brooklyn, so it hurts me to say it.
Oh, no,
a lot of people would argue that Atlanta is also the capital of Black America. A lot of people would say that. They're going to argue it. Now, Brooklyn is going to fight it. Atlanta is, in a sense, the capital of
Goody Mob outcast. I'm going to play my Ari Melber role.
Listen, somebody's got to play this role.
Shout out
looking for a hat to put on.
A little hip-hop hat. Shout out to all of it. I also feel that personally, as a resident of Brooklyn, currently the Brooklyn-Atlanta point, but I wanted to reflect on this with you. You have been, as mentioned, in the service of a president who had a broad, diverse coalition. Georgia is so often reduced to a kind of a cliched version of what maybe part of the state's politics were maybe a few years ago. And this several Warnock runoffs has sort of reminded people there's much more to Georgia. So I wanted your reflection on that. And shout out to all my colleagues and the bars that they were considering. And Alex Wagner cited the great Outkast and Goody Mob. We actually have a brand new song from another Georgia artist, Gucci Mane, which is brand new. And he says, y'all say I'm crazy, maybe a little bit, but some of you voted for Herschel Walker, you idiots. And that's coming from, again, him speaking out about his own community and saying, how could you even do that? And so there's so much to unpack there. I'm just curious your reflections on all of that.
I mean, I loved that moment so much. I mean, because it reflects so many things. One is, to your point, Georgia is no longer this deep red state that is run politically by old white conservatives. It's just not. At the same time, the Republicans also made a massive mistake here, and a lot of people spoke about this on election night that we were all a part of, making the assumption that black people would vote for Herschel Walker just because he was a black man who was a football hero, right? And not.
I think the former President Trump and Lindsey Graham both seem to almost directly assert that.
Yes. offensively. I mean, horribly. And they were wrong. And so I think Atlanta, I have not spent a lot of time working in Georgia politics, but I've spent a lot of time thinking about it and talking to people there recently. It is a cultural center. It is a political center, and it will certainly be. It is a music center, which I know you will talk more about. And it is so different from the perception. I'll also say from a larger, because I've spent a lot of my career working on campaigns around the country, traveling around the country, and this point about have you ever been to the state? Do you know anything about it? Sometimes we get a little hooked up here in Washington, in New York, and other places, in making assumptions about what people think in states in the country. Oftentimes we are wrong because culture evolves, politics evolves, and that's an important thing to be mindful of as we are already in the 2024 election, I would say, Ari.
Such great points, which is why I kind of wanted to reflect on you with it a minute when we weren't in the middle of the heat of the runoff night and the Kornacki at the big board. And you make so many important points, Jen, and I think it also goes to everyone keeping an open mind, right? We say, oh, we looked at this data or this poll or this song, as I mentioned, but there's a lot going on there. When we listen to people on the ground, you get a richer perspective. So I love that going into the weekend, and I appreciate you coming on the beat.
Great to be here, Ari.
Nice
Thanks for coming to D.C. Come back again.
There we go. Thanks to Jen Psaki. As mentioned, we are in Washington. We have, well, one of the stars of depicting Washington, Tony Hale from HBO's Veep. But coming up, we look at power and fairness. I want to show you something that Kornacki and I both cameo in, but it's more than that. It's a documentary about one of the biggest issues in equity and student loan debt in America, and it's next.
This holiday,
Happy holiday.
get extra merry with Wayfair. From hosting essentials to just right gifts.
Shouldn't have.
Holiday your heart out with Wayfair.
Wayfair, you've got just what I need.
Hi, Susan. Honey.
Yeah?
I respect that, but that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin honey.
The real honey you love, plus the powerful cough relief you need.
Mind if I root through your trash?
Robitussin, the only brand with real honey and elderberry.
Look around you. This whole place is for people who want to escape.
The world is changing.
Wow.
It really was beautiful.
It still is.
You can't just give up. Don't let them tell you what you can or can't do.
Here's to the future. Here's to getting back up.
Happy New Year!
And here's to coming home.
Empire of Light, rated R.
You can't always avoid migraine triggers like your next period. Qulipta can help prevent migraines. You can't always prevent what's going on outside. That's why Qulipta helps what's going on inside. Qulipta gets right to work. In a 3-month study, Qulipta significantly reduced monthly migraine days, and the majority of people reduced them by 50 to 100%. Qulipta blocks CGRP, a protein believed to be a cause of migraines. Qulipta is a preventive treatment for episodic migraine. Most common side effects are nausea, constipation, and tiredness. Learn how AbbVie could help you save on Qulipta.
Today, my friend, you did it! You did it! You
Good news! A new clinical study showed that Centrum Silver supports cognitive health in older adults. It's one more step towards taking charge of your health. So every day, you can say, it's Centrum Silver.
Is there anyone else you want to explore here together?
Where do you want to go?
Senegal 38%, Portugal 29%.
Did you know that?
I had no idea.
The more you learn, the more you want to know, and then it just fuels that fire.
We now live in a place our ancestors have been for many, many years, and we had no clue.
Nigerian. I got a lot of it from you.
Unwrap your family story with Ancestry DNA.
Oh, what a good time we will have. You can make it happen.
Voltaren, the joy of movement. My name is Austin James. As a musician living with diabetes, finger sticks can be a real challenge. That's why I use the Freestyle Libre 2 system. With a painless 1-second scan, I know my glucose numbers without finger sticks. Now I'm managing my diabetes better, and I've lowered my A1C from 8.2 to 6.7.
Take the mystery out of managing your diabetes and lower your A1C. Now you know. Try it for free at freestylelibre.us.
Hi, Susan. Honey.
Yeah?
I respect that, but that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin honey.
The real honey you love, plus the powerful cough relief you need.
Mind if I root through your trash?
Robitussin, the only brand with real honey and elderberry.
Shop Michael's today for our lowest prices of the holiday season. Get 70% off a variety of frames, strong beads, and more. Plus, for epic savings on everything you need for every way you celebrate. Hurry in and get our best prices on thousands of items. Sale ends Sunday.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Lone Falcon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to ondeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
I got this robot vacuum for only $40. DealDash.com, where deals come true. This KitchenAid mixer sold for less than $26. This iPad sold for less than $43. And this brand new Xbox sold for $51.
I got this Samsung tablet for only $83.
I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Lone Falcon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to ondeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
The U.S. faces a crisis over student loan debt. President Biden made waves heading into those midterms with that new policy forgiving a portion of it for some borrowers. It's now under review in the courts. But I can tell you, any given night, this is a top story in America for many people, considering that over 40 million Americans owe over $1 trillion in student debt. And that's not all. It could actually be on pace to balloon over $3 trillion in our lifetime. Now, there are many different factors driving that debt, but we do know Congress has made it way harder on newer, more recent generations of students than, say, their parents. If you have kids, this might be very relevant to them. And even the education bills that were supposed to allegedly help students have had unforeseen consequences, including a major bill that President Clinton signed into law in the 90s. So if you want to understand the politics of that era, there are many ways, but around here we often turn to a politico who's obsessed with that era, our own Steve Kornacki. And he explains that Clinton was actually seeking a big bipartisan win at the very time that the Clinton administration embraced what I mentioned to you, this now very controversial bill. In fact, here's a little bit of Kornacki chilling outside explaining this dynamic in a brand new documentary.
This bill was signed by Clinton in October of '98.
Right.
What's going on in his world at that time?
So Bill Clinton wanted to get things done in 1998. I mean, every president wants to get things done, but Bill Clinton had a particular imperative too because of impeachment. The Clinton strategy in 1998 was to say this whole thing with Monica Lewinsky was a personal thing. And what I'm trying to do as president is the business of the people. Hello, kids. He was doing the business of the American people as everybody else in the political world was focused on this personal thing.
Okay. Pretty good headlines, right? Like Clinton signs higher education bill. It sounds like Clinton just wanted to have a nice, happy press release so he could change the topic a little bit instead of talking about the problems he's having.
Yeah, and I think that the second piece of it is bipartisan, because it wasn't just looming impeachment. The other thing that he was facing was the midterm election a month later, and those things were linked.
Right.
So the idea that a month before the election you could sign a bipartisan piece of legislation, just the optics of that, as they say, right, are going to look into a lot of people.
Now, Clinton got his bipartisan bill. It changed federal law, though, to crack down on student borrowers. It banned them from ever using bankruptcy to manage any of their related debts. Now, think about it. That's just unfair when corporations, the 1%, or famously Donald Trump, use that same bankruptcy law all the time. So this little-known legislative history has big consequences. And that's part of this doc where Obama veteran Blake Zeff tracks down part of how we got here.
They did this massive change to the economy that would affect all these people, and no one noticed?
It was very sneaky what they did. It was 2 lines slipped in conference committee under the dark of night.
There it is. The 2 lines of legal mumbo-jumbo that would alter the economy for multiple generations. Almost entirely.
Technically, the bankruptcy code says if it represents an undue hardship, you can get a discharge.
Undue hardship? That shouldn't be too hard to prove.
Well, the courts have interpreted that saying. That means there's no hope of repaying.
What do you mean there's supposed to be no hope?
They have to have such a condition you'd never want to have to get the student loan discharged.
What do you mean? What kind of condition?
Well, they might have serious cancer, physical disabilities.
So let me understand this. The way to get rid of student debt right now is to have cancer? That's probably the best way?
Well, unfortunately, that would be a help.
2 lines were inserted into that multi-100-page bill that made it so that federal student loans cannot be discharged through bankruptcy, making it basically one of the only debts that you cannot get rid of through bankruptcy.
So now you're going to get into the weeds of the sausage making that is legislation. You know, you have to separate sometimes when you're working on the Hill. This is what I feel personally, and this is what I have to do as part of my job. Personally, I think it's crazy that you can't discharge your student loans. I mean, I think it was something that was pushed out of control by somebody's misperception.
Any idea who did it?
I don't know who, so I don't want to pretend I know. Some member had an idea that there was fraud and bad acting going on, that people were just going to school and racking up debt and living high on the hog on the loan program.
Just high on the hog from your student loans? Well, that's a discredited idea that now is impacting so many millions of Americans. We can tell you here on the news, in reality, most borrowers didn't take advantage of the system like that, fewer than 1%, according to studies. But this ban on using bankruptcy then locks millions into this debt cycle, plus the predatory lending, fine print. You've got whole people's lives really crushed by this. And that's part of why there might be a glimmer of hope. There's a lot of mainstream experts in law and education, and now an increasing number of policymakers who say you got to change this. That includes someone you might recognize, Senator Durbin, who's led on the issue in this narrowly divided Senate.
So Senator Durbin has this bill that would reverse that provision. So now you would be able to get rid of that debt through bankruptcy.
Yeah.
And Senators Cornyn and Hawley just joined and said they would be for that. So that's got a bipartisan patina now.
It's something I'd look at.
It wasn't until it was all over you look back and said, oh my God, 2 lines in a bill changed the lives of millions of Americans.
You are the person who has been pushing for a solution to this. You have a bill that would essentially reverse this.
Yes.
Does this bill have a chance of actually getting passed?
First things first, committees. The bill has to go through the committee.
Now, committee talk might not sound that inspiring, but the consequences are big. Some view this as really a nonpartisan or bipartisan issue if you look at the facts and all the people affected across the spectrum. Now, we just showed you a couple of clips from what I mentioned, this brand new documentary from Blake Zeff. He's an Obama and Schumer veteran you might recognize as a guest on many MSNBC shows, and now MSNBC has partnered with him, debuting his new documentary, which you can see here, Lone Wolves. It's this Sunday, December 11th at 10 p.m. Eastern. That's this Sunday, 10 p.m. Eastern, if you want to make a calendar note or set your DVR. As mentioned, we're involved, MSNBC, Kornacki, and myself, briefly on the law, but we also think it's worthwhile. Now, if you want to catch up with me, I always like to remind you, you can find me online. The best way is to go to arimelber.com. That's how I hear from many of you. You can keep in touch with me. You can sign up there for my free newsletter. Just put your email in and pick the free option for arimelber.com. As for what else is coming up, Emmy-winning actor from Veep, Tony Hale, along with an Obama pollster, next.
This year, become part of a family that celebrates the holidays a little differently. Jeep, there's only one.
Purchase and take delivery by December 31st of a Jeep plug-in hybrid electric SUV, and you may qualify for up to $7,500 federal tax credit. Visit Jeep.com for new inventory available near you.
Ah, humbug. My signal is totally ghosting me.
'Tis the season to switch to Verizon.
This holiday season, Verizon gives you the new iPhone 14 Pro, plus Apple Watch SE, iPad, and Beats Fit Pro, all on us. And unlimited plans for everyone start at just $35 a line. Verizon.
Meet 3 sisters. The drummer, the dribbler, and the daydreamer. The dribbler's getting hands-on practice with her Chase First Banking debit card. The drummer's making savings simple with a tap. Round of applause. And this dreamer, well, she's still learning how to budget, so Mom keeps her alerts on full volume.
Hey!
What? It's true. And that's all thanks to Chase First Banking. Freedom for kids, control for parents. One bank with tools for both, all with no monthly service fee. Chase, make more of what's yours.
My asthma felt anything but normal. It was time for a new normal with Nucala.
Nucala is a once-monthly add-on treatment for severe eosinophilic asthma that can mean less oral steroids, not for sudden breathing problems. Allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for swelling of face, mouth, tongue, or trouble breathing. Infections that can cause shingles have occurred. Don't stop steroids unless told by your doctor. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. May cause headache, injection site reactions, back pain, and fatigue.
Ask your asthma specialist about a new normal with Nucala.
Power E-Trade's award-winning trading app makes trading easier. With its customizable options chain, easy-to-use tools, and paper trading to help sharpen your skills, you can stay on top of the market from wherever you are. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley. Power E-Trade's easy-to-use tools make complex trading less complicated. Custom scans help you find new trading opportunities, while an earnings tool helps you plan your trades and stay on top of the market. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley.
Red Lobster's finer points of fun dining. Creating your own ultimate feast is the ultimate form of shellfish-pression. Create your own ultimate feast is here. Choose 4 of 10, like new Cheddar Bay Shrimp. Welcome to fun dining.
Shop Michael's today for our lowest prices of the holiday season. Get 70% off a variety of frames, strung beads, and more. Plus, for epic savings on everything you need for every way you celebrate. Hurry in and get our best prices on thousands of items. Sale ends Sunday.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now, there's Skyrizi.
Things are getting clearer. I feel free to bare my skin. Yeah, that's on me. Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin. That's my new plan.
Achieve clearer skin with Skyrizi. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clearer skin at 4 months. In another study, most people had 90% clearer skin, even at 4 years. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Now's the time to ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
This holiday, master your kitchen with Wayfair.
Don't let your fingers write a check that your week can't cash.
Keep it fresh with colorful cookware. Whip up holiday treats with ease. Slice and dice with the best of them. And with Wayfair, you can express yourself. Wayfair, holiday your heart out.
Wayfair, you've got just what I need.
A must in your medicine cabinet. Less sick days.
Cold coming on? Zicam is the #1 cold shortening brand.
Highly recommended.
Zyfans love Zicam's unique zinc formula.
It shortens colds.
Zicam zinc that cold.
We're ending the week here from Washington, where sometimes the Capitol Hill vibrations can seem truly stranger than fiction. And if you follow politics at all, you're probably familiar with the hit show Veep, which has satirized Washington and captured sometimes a authenticity or a truth behind the zany mood in the Beltway.
Bob Lewis has got emphysema. Sounds like a broken down leaf blower.
He does. Get off the plane.
What?
Off the plane.
I came here to tell you that you're a meme man.
I'm a meme, ma'am. What are you talking about? Speak English, boy.
A meme, an internet phenomenon.
Oh.
A meme. One of the Emmy-winning stars of Veep right here is Tony Hale, our special guest, as we explore what it feels like to be in Washington. And you may know he's created Comedy Gold with Julia Louis-Dreyfus as the assistant to the vice president.
Why don't we ever use that coffee?
I don't know, but you love our old coffee.
Eh.
No.
When I get excited, my nose bleeds.
Okay, you gotta sit down. Wait, you gotta sit down. Gary, you gotta sit down.
Every single thing you say to me is emasculating. Do you realize that?
Yes.
This thing is completely useless, by the way. Can move more air by farting.
I'm sure you can, ma'am. I do a serious job. I'm next to the Veep more than any other human being. You are distantly orbiting her. I'm her moon.
Tony's not just known for the zany fun of Veep, he's also known for the zany fun of Arrested Development, where he was part of a much-beloved cult classic ensemble cast. He's wrapping the second season of his show, The Mysterious Benedict Society, on Disney+. And since this is a Washington Day, we have a Washington icon, Obama pollster Cornell Belcher. He's been named Pollster of the Year by the American Association of Political Consultants. No shade, but I don't know if you wouldn't want to be Pollster of the Year. Not the way the polls have been lately.
The polls are spot on, man. What are you talking about?
Spoken like a defensive pollster. What are you wearing?
But a little Bottega, a little fresh gear for Friday. I'm glad you're down here, by the way. After the show, we'll go up Georgia Avenue, get you something with mumbo sauce on it.
Respect. You are the perfect person to take me around Washington. You look wonderful, Tony. Thanks for being here. And Tony, is it something you had to prep to get into the mind space of Washington? Because people love the show, you do it your own way, but you capture some of the specific inanity of parts of this town.
Oh, sure, we can work that out. Well, now, that is true. You're going to have a balloon payment at the end of 5 years, but that's nothing. You know, the economy is going to be great then.
Well, come here, Mom.
He who dances must pay the piper. I know that. Well, that's wonderful. I'll meet you tomorrow at 9:30. Bye. You know, I worry about that kid.
What?
I don't know, sometimes I think we're all going to get electrocuted.
This corn is raw.
I know, isn't it wonderful? It's so crisp.
Of course it's crisp. It's raw.
No, it's terrific. You can just taste the vitamin A and D in here. It's great.
Could we have pills and cook the corn?
What city, please?
Yeah, for Sunnyvale, California. The number for Protovision?
Yes, that's 555-8632.
Thank you. And could you also tell me what other prefixes cover that area?
There's 399-437-767-936.
Thanks. vision, I have you now.
Saul's Fish Market.
Well, I've been thinking, a thing with my braid. Can you still change it?
Oh, I
can't believe I was so stupid. I should have just let you do it.
I don't know. It might be kind of rough.
Why?
Why? Because they might have changed the password.
Well, maybe they didn't. Can we at least try?
Damn.
Please?
Okay.
Okay.
You owe me a quarter.
Yeah, come on. Sorry I lost your deal. What's it doing?
Oh, styling numbers. Don't touch the keys.
Not touching the keys.
Excuse me. This computer company is coming out with these amazing new games in a couple of months. And the programs for them are probably still on their computer. So I told my system to search for other computers in Sunnyvale, California. They answer with a tone that other computers can recognize. Here?
You calling every number in Sunnyvale? Is that expensive?
There's ways around that.
You can go to jail for that.
Only if you're over 18.
Is this gonna take a long time? I'd like to get my grade changed.
It's funny, actually, because, I already changed it.
I told you not to do that.
Yeah, I know, but I figured you'd change your mind. I didn't want you to flunk.
Well, what did I get?
You got a D.
You gave me a D?
No, you got an A. I was kidding.
Oh, well, that's okay.
Here, let's see what we have so far. Excuse me.
Did you really give me an A?
Yeah,
Thanks.
you're welcome.
Oh, hey, you got a bag.
Gotta make a note of that one. Might come in handy someday. 10 a.m. Where should we go?
Anywhere?
Anywhere.
New York?
New York?
No, Paris. Paris.
Will you be traveling alone?
Yeah. No, you wanna go?
All right. Smoking or non-smoking?
Non-smoking.
Non-smoking. All right, Miss Mack. You're confirmed on Pan Am's Flight 114, leaving Chicago's O'Hare Airport at 8:15 a.m. on 18 August. Do we need a rental car?
Are we really have tickets to Paris?
No. You have a reservation, though. Doesn't identify itself. Huh. Try anything.
Connection terminated. How rude.
I'll ask you for help.
Can you do that?
Yeah, on some systems. See, the more complicated they are, the more they have to help you out.
Now what?
Help games.
Games refers to models, simulations, and games that have tactical
That must be
and
them.
strategic applications. What does that mean?
I don't know, but that's gotta be them. Turn on the printer, will you? I want to get a print out of this. List games. probably invented it in the first place. Can you wait here?
Why?
Because these guys can get a little nervous. Jim.
Oh, Lightman.
Hi, Lightman.
I want you to take a look at this.
Hey, what's that?
I wanted Jim to see that.
Wow, where'd you get this?
I was trying to break into Protovision. I wanted to see the program for their new games.
Hey, wait, Jim, I'm not through yet.
Remember you told me to tell you when you were acting rudely and insensitively? Remember that? You're doing it right now. Theater-wide biotoxic and chemical warfare. This didn't come from Protovision.
You bet it didn't. Ask him where it did come from, Jim. Go ahead, ask him.
I told you already.
Looks military to me. Definitely military. Probably classified, too.
Yeah, but if it's military, why does it have games like checkers and backgammon?
Maybe because those are games that teach basic strategy.
Jim, how do I get into that system? I want to play those games.
You're not supposed to see any of that stuff. That system probably contains the new data encryption algorithm. You'll never get in there.
Hey, I don't believe that any system is totally secure. I bet you Jim could get in.
Yeah, I bet you couldn't.
I bet you he could.
Well, you'll never get in through the frontline security, but you might look for a back door.
I can't believe it, Jim. That girl's standing over there listening, and you're telling her about our back doors?
Mr. Potato Head. Mr. Potato Head, back doors are not secrets.
Yeah, but Jim, you're giving away all our best tricks.
They're not tricks.
What's a back door?
Well, whenever I design a system, I always put in a simple password that only I know about. That way, whenever I want to get back in, I can bypass whatever security they've added on. That's basically what it is.
Yeah?
Okay, you really want to get in, find out as much as you can about the guy who designed the system.
Aw, come on, I don't even know the guy's name.
Where are you guys dumb? You guys are so dumb. I got this thing all figured out. I figured it out all by myself.
Oh, yeah, Malvin? How would you do it?
The first game on the list. Go right through Falcon's Maze.
Where can you save time shopping and spend quality time at the same time? Lowe's, actually. This holiday season, experience the magic of Winterfest.
Oh, Marco's Pepperoni Magnifico. Classic and old world pepperoni on one pizza, and a large is just $9.99? The phrase slice of heaven comes to mind. Marco's, pizza lovers, get it.
There's nothing like volunteering at the fire department.
There's nothing like hitting the waves.
But with my moderate to severe eczema, it hasn't always been easy.
Since my skin was so irritated and itchy.
And even worse with all my gear on.
Now, I'm staying ahead of my eczema.
There's a power inside all of us to live our passion. And Dupixent works on the inside to help heal your skin from within. It helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema. So adults can have long-lasting, clearer skin and fast itch relief. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor.
Healing from within is a powerful thing.
Ask your eczema specialist how Dupixent can help heal your skin from within.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business in 1929, he relied on 4 important values: freshness, quality, variety, and service. I'm proud to carry on his legacy, but from a bigger space. We still freshly roast, season, and dip delicious nuts here in New Jersey and deliver them with the freshest dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families that love our products all around the country, including mine. We think you'll love Nuts.com too, so check us out and enjoy free shipping on your first order.
Always moving forward. Movado SE.
I got a good feeling. Feel it in my bones, gotta shake it out. I'm going harder than before, let me hear you shout. I run around the whole world, chasing that thrill. From the bottom to the top, I finna knock it out. Oh no, I'm the talk of the town. I know you're feeling it now. Come on and move to the sound. And keep it going, and turn it up loud. I got a good feeling.
Transitions. Light under control.
Life is expensive. So why is Omar snoozing like a baby? Because he made the smart choice to shop with IKEA. With new benefits for IKEA family members, including 5% off all eligible purchases in-store. Every visit, every day. IKEA.
And cut.
What's missing? Plot twist. Let's run it again.
Zendaya, how do you always keep it so fresh?
Whatever the choice, just keep it smart.
My name is Austin James. As a musician living with diabetes, fingersticks can be a real challenge. That's why I use the Freestyle Libre 2 system. With a painless 1-second scan, I know my glucose numbers without fingersticks. Now I'm managing my diabetes better, and I've lowered my A1C from 8.2 to 6.7.
Take the mystery out of managing your diabetes and lower your A1C. Now you know. Try it for free at freestylelibre.us.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. Is David here?
How do you do? Yeah, he's up in his room. Have you ever heard of the word tumulus?
Tumulus. No, I haven't. Sorry.
Neither have I.
Yeah.
Hi. Where have you been?
What?
Well, I haven't seen you all week in school. Are you sick?
Oh. No. I was going to. Want to sit down? How are you?
No, I'm gonna get some water, okay?
Okay.
What is all that stuff?
Oh, it's nothing. I was just, well, I was trying to find out more about the guy who designed those game programs so I could get his secret password.
Why?
Why? Because,
What's so special about playing games with some machine?
Oh, no. No, it's not just some machine. Here, look at this. This is a tape that I got from the library. It's about this guy named Falcon. He was into games as well as computers. He designed them so that they could play checkers or poker, chess.
What's so great about that? Everybody's doing that now.
Oh, no. What he did was great. He designed his computer so that it could learn from its own mistakes. So they'd be better the next time they played. The system actually learned how to learn. It could teach itself. And if I could just get that damn password, I could play the computer. That's him. That's Vulcan.
That's him? Wow. He's amazing looking. Can't you write to him or call him somehow?
No, he's dead.
He's dead?
Yeah. Here, look. Here's his obituary.
He wasn't very old.
Well, he was pretty old. He was 41.
Oh, yeah? Oh, that's old.
That's his little boy.
Oh, yeah? This is really sad. Did you know the child and his mother were killed in a car crash?
Yeah, I
In
know.
the years that followed the tragic loss of his family, Dr. Falcon's health deteriorated. My dad is 45. I remember once he was really sick and we thought he was...
What was his name?
My father?
No. Falcon's kid.
Joshua.
Can't be that simple. Wow.
What?
We got something. We're in. It thinks I'm Falcon. Hello.
How can it ask you that?
It'll ask you whatever it's programmed to ask you. You want to hear it talk?
Yeah.
I'll ask it how it feels. I'm fine. How are you?
Excellent. It's been a long time. Can you explain the removal of your user account on June 23rd, 1973?
They must have told it he died. People sometimes make mistakes.
Yes, they do.
How can it talk?
It's not a real voice. This box just interprets signals from the computer and turns them into sound.
Shall we play a game?
Oh.
I think I missed him.
Yeah, weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Love to. How about global thermonuclear war?
Wouldn't you prefer a good game of chess?
Later, let's play global thermonuclear war.
Fine.
All right.
Which side do you want?
I'll be the Russians.
Please list primary targets.
Who should we nuke first?
Let's see. How about Las Vegas?
Las Vegas. Great. What next? Seattle!
Yeah! Kill him.
I have 7, correction 8. That's 8 red birds, 2 degrees past apogee.
Better get the old man down here.
Over Dane, we have Soviet missile warning. Check for malfunction and report competent.
Projected target areas, NORAD regions 25, 26.
All stations, this is Crystal Palace. Initiate emergency conference. Stand by.
19 degrees past apogee. Possible 18 targets in track. Estimate re-entry at 1923 Zulu.
What you got up here, Joe?
Sir, we have radar tracking. 8 inbound Soviet ICBMs. Already over the pole. Estimated impact 11 minutes. Confirmed target area, western United States.
Why didn't we get a launch detection?
I'm not sure, sir. We're checking for DSP malfunction.
BMUS has continuous radar tracking on inbounds. Confidence is high. I repeat, confidence is high.
What is all that stuff?
I don't know. They're trajectory headings for multiple impact re-entry vehicles.
What does that mean?
I don't know, but it's great.
Are those bombs? Which is the bombs?
Subs.
Blow them up?
Blow them out of the water.
What's a trajectory heading?
I have no
What's
idea.
This?
The president's in his limousine. They're diverting to Andrews. The vice president is out of position, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs is on his way to...
Missile warning reports no malfunction. Confidence remains high.
Take us to DEFCON 3. Get on the SAC. Tell them to flush the bombers.
Sir.
SAC, this is Crystal Palace. Sync NORAD has declared DEFCON 3. Scramble all alert aircraft. I repeat, scramble all alert aircraft.
Inbounds presently merming. We now have approximately 24 possible targets in track.
Sir, new time to impact, 8 minutes.
Sir, SAC is launching the bombers. General Powers is on the line.
Behringer. Damn it, we didn't get a launch detection from our satellite. No, radar picked them up already out of the atmosphere. That's the first we heard of it. Get the ICBMs and the bullpen warmed up, ready to fly. Get me the president on the horn.
Yes.
Mr. President, this is Behringer at NORAD.
Oh, attack!
I wonder if I should use my subs.
Yeah, sure. Give them the works.
David?
Excuse me.
David! How many times have I told you to fasten these lids on tight? Would you look at this mess?
I'll be down in a few minutes, all right, Dad?
Now. You'll come down now. I want this cleared up right away.
Come down here and do what your father asked you to. Pronto, David. We're gonna barbecue tonight. You want to invite your little friend?
Please.
David.
Little friend.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President. Station 7, report power
I don't know
status.
exactly what it is, sir. I'll get back to you as soon as I know.
Reconfirm.
What's happening, Joe?
General BMUs and Covert A now report negative confirmation on all of inbound tracking.
Get on the SAC. Tell them to hold steady.
Stop! It's a simulation! There's an attack simulation running!
What the hell's he yelling about? I didn't order any simulation.
We're not being attacked! It's a simulation!
Whoa, now, hold it! You're not supposed to be running in here. Somebody could get hurt.
I'm sorry, sir. We don't know how it happened, but someone on the outside fed an attack simulation into the Matrix simulation!
Conley, take us off full alert. Hold at DEFCON 4 till we find out exactly what in the hell's happening here.
I didn't tell you to cut the line. Did I tell you to cut the line? You cut the line! Sir, they shut down before we could complete our trace.
We did manage to locate the general area where the transmission originated.
Where?
Seattle, Washington.
Shut it down.
Somebody's playing a game with us.
Marinara, mozzarella, look at this royal crispy fella. Sauce and cheese, crispy chicken, Italian royal is what I'm picking. BK, have it your way.
There is a lot that goes into becoming a licensed therapist.
2 years of graduate school followed by 2 years of clinical training.
You literally have to do 3,000 hours plus of interactions with clients. It is quite a journey.
For every holiday, for everyone.
Ritz, a taste of welcome.
Is your advisor giving you incomplete advice? At Creative Planning, we provide all the expertise, all the advice you need, all in-house, ensuring every aspect of your wealth works harder together. Book your free meeting today at creativeplanning.com.
Life is expensive. So why is Omar snoozing like a baby? Because he made the smart choice to shop with IKEA. With new benefits for IKEA family members, including 5% off all eligible purchases in-store. Every visit, every day. IKEA.
If you still have symptoms of moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or active psoriatic arthritis after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help.
Stand up to your symptoms with Rinvoq. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that tackles pain, stiffness, swelling. For some, Rinvoq significantly reduces RA and PSA fatigue.
It can stop further irreversible joint damage, and Rinvoq can leave skin clear or almost clear in PSA. That's Rinvoq relief.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq. Rinvoq. Make it your mission. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
It's the Sparkle and Shine sale. Get 30% off everything. Give the gift of shine at Zales, the diamond store.
Oh, Marco's Pepperoni Magnifico. Classic and old world pepperoni on one pizza, and a large is just $9.99? The phrase slice of heaven comes to mind. Marco's, pizza lovers, get it.
Psoriatic arthritis made my joints stiff, swollen, painful.
Emerge Tremfyant. Tremfya is approved to help reduce joint symptoms in adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Some patients even felt less fatigued.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
SeatGeek presents the shoulder seat. He got a great deal on seats, and he knows the value of a great seat because he is one. SeatGeek handles the tickets, so fans can fan.
Christmas isn't Christmas without the Christmas jumper.
No! Yes!
We're gonna have to go to Plan B.
Forget it, I'm going through.
In a prophylactic recycling center at the edge of the park.
Hi, Dad. David, come in here. What did I do? Plenty, Mr. Plenty.
400 acres is being heroically fought by the county.
You have just passed all of your classes this semester. Congratulations. Oh. Show this to your dad. Honey, David has something to show you.
What's that?
Here, Dad.
Oh.
Gee, this is good.
For 3.5 minutes last
I'm
night,
so
the
proud
Defense
of
Forces
you.
of the United States went on a full-scale nuclear alert,
many months
believing
have you
that the
been
Soviet
United
Union had
to do
launched a surprise missile attack. A Pentagon spokesman places blame for the error on a computer malfunction, emphasizing that the problem has been corrected. For more on the story, let's go live via satellite to Washington, D.C. and News 4's Tim Hillard.
Well, that's your fault.
Yeah.
The Center for NORAD.
Seriously, David, congratulations. This one will be a pleasure to sign.
Hello?
Are you watching the news?
Jennifer, yeah, I'm watching.
David, is that us on TV? Did we do that?
It could be. Oh, Jesus, Jennifer, what am I gonna do? They're gonna come get me. I'm really screwed.
I'm screwed. What? No, shh, calm down. Shh, calm down. Calm down. No, listen. If they were so smart, they would have found you already, right?
Yeah?
Okay, so all you have to do is throw the number away and don't call it again. That's all.
Yeah. Maybe they didn't trace the call, huh?
Right, maybe they didn't
I'm sure they didn't trace the call. And listen, all you have to do is act normal, okay? We'll both act normal and everything's gonna be fine. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Oh, God, this is so unbelievable. Listen, do you think maybe I can call Michelle and tell her?
No, Jennifer, don't call her.
Sorry, all right. I won't. I'll talk to you tomorrow, okay?
Okay. Good night, Jennifer.
Greetings, Professor Vulcan.
Oh, my God. Incorrect identification. I am not Vulcan. Vulcan is dead.
Sorry to hear that, Professor. Yesterday's game was interrupted, although primary goal has not yet been achieved. Solution is near. Game time elapsed 31 hours, 12 minutes, 50 seconds. Estimated time remaining 52 hours, 17 minutes, 10 seconds.
What is the primary goal?
You should know, Professor. You programmed me.
Oh, come on. What is the primary goal?
To win the game.
Hold it right there, please, FBI.
Ready to read your rights.
Step over to the van, please.
You have the absolute right to remain silent.
For what?
Hands on the van,
you say
please.
can and will
What did
be
I
used
do?
against you in
Spread your
court of
legs.
law.
Step back.
You have the right to consult with an attorney. And to have an attorney
Right hand
present
behind
during
your back,
questions.
please.
If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you by the court.
Left hand, please.
You understand the rights I've just explained to you?
Yeah.
With these rights of mine, are you willing to talk to me about the charges against you?
All right, let's go.
This rather large room here is the command center for NORAD. No picture taking. These screens you see in front of you connected to our satellites and missile tracking stations throughout the country. This is the commander's desk. Colonel Connolly's in charge. Colonel Connolly, would you mind relinquishing your command, sir? Miss Daly, would you come forward and sit in this rather important chair? These buttons you see here and switches are connected with the Strategic Air Command, missile launching stations, etc., and other things that are classified. Miss Daly, would you press this button right here, please? The red one.
The one in the middle?
Yes, ma'am, the one in the middle. Oh, my God, that's the wrong one, Miss Daly. That's a joke. You didn't blow up anything. Look what you did there. Distinguished visitors from Birmingham. You know, Just last week, I had the governor of New Jersey right in this chair, and he asked me, he said, Colonel Thomas, why are we at DEFCON 4 as we are right now?
Why are we at DEFCON 4?
The Soviets saw our bombers scramble, and so they went on alert. We told them it was just an exercise, but we're waiting for them to relax their posture before we do. Wait. Give me that. Here.
Oh, Christ, another tour group, just what we need today. Not to go to Disneyland where they belong.
Well, I think they're going to tomorrow.
Okay, all set?
Yeah.
Oh, here.
Mr. Cabot, it was a 1 in a million shot. There was an open line at our space division in Sunnyvale. The phone company screwed up.
John McKittrick, George Wigan. How are you? George's with the FBI. He brought the kid in for questioning.
Well, it looks like we've got a high school prank on our hands here.
Oh, what happened?
Well, the kid broke into the war game subsystem, all right, using a password left by the original programmer.
Password?
Yes, sir. Now, none of my team even knew it was in there.
Kid claims he was looking for a toy company.
That's great. Anybody in here buy that one?
Well, we can find the password and take it out, but it might help to beef up security around the Whopper.
No, beef up. How about screwed up? We did all that, and he broke in again.
Kid says your computer called him.
What the hell is going on, John? I woke up the president. I told him we were under attack by the Russians. You have any idea what kind of an idiot that makes me look like? Not to mention the general.
Wait a minute, gentlemen. I think we're being a little naive here. There's no way that a high school punk can put a dime in a telephone and break into our system. He's got to be working with somebody else. He's got to be.
He does fit the profile perfectly. He's intelligent, but an underachiever, alienated from his parents, has few friends. A classic case for recruitment by the Soviets.
Now, what does this say about the state of our country? I mean, have you gotten any insight as to why a bright boy like this would jeopardize the lives of millions?
No, sir. He says he does this sort of thing for fun.
What? Damn it, John, I want some answers, and I want them now.
Let me talk to this little prick.
I don't want to talk anymore. Just do it.
Come on, Paul.
Life is expensive. So why is Omar snoozing like a baby? Because he made the smart choice to shop with IKEA. With new benefits for IKEA family members, including 5% off all eligible purchases in-store. Every visit, every day. IKEA.
Emily wanted to create something special for her husband. This called for Zazzle, and it was perfect.
Oh, wow.
Now she's sort of obsessed. Discover it, make it, share it, love it. Create it at Zazzle.com.
Wendy's new Italian Mott's is fried mozzarella, garlic knot bun, marinade. You know what? You're just gonna want to eat it.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Italian mozzarella chicken sandwich.
If Damian Lillard accepted his spot at the end of the bench, he never would have been at the rec center before it opened. If he listened to those who overlooked him, he never would have heard his name called as a first-round pick. And if he let 6 all-star selections go to his head, he never would have had the heart to give back to the streets that shaped it. That's the fighting spirit. That's what makes a lion. Modelo, root for those with a fighting spirit.
Domino's online carryout deal includes all your favorites for just $7.99 each. So let's play a word association game. Dips and twists.
$7.99.
8-piece wings.
$7.99.
Large one-topping pizzas.
$7.99.
The only place to get this deal.
Domino's.
The first time you connected your website and your store was also the first time you realized...
we can do anything. Cheesecake cookies?
The Chookie!
Manage all your sales from one place with a partner that always puts you first. GoDaddy. Tools and support for every small business first.
This ring is a commitment. After we got married, I got very sick. He would come every day to help me walk again. And now I'm back. This is a reminder
that love endures all.
Express your extraordinary love. Jared, love brilliantly.
Do you listen to the TV on high volume or have trouble hearing conversations? Then you would benefit from hearing aids. Don't waste thousands on expensive hearing aids when you can get Nano's revolutionary technology just $347. Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The CIC Recharge is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. With rechargeable technology, many customers say is superior to more expensive models. Call now and get not 1, but 2 Nano hearing aids for just $347. Plus, we'll add a portable charging dock and ship your order absolutely free. The CIC Recharge has a tiny in-the-ear canal design that is nearly invisible. Why keep missing out on important conversations or waste thousands of dollars? Call and get 2 CIC Recharge hearing aids for only $347 and free shipping. Call now.
800-716-5087. Again, that's 800-716-5087.
Should I play that again?
One Prilosec OTC each morning blocks heartburn all day and all night. Prilosec OTC reduces excess acid for 24 hours, blocking heartburn before it starts. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn.
Not flossing well? Then add the whoa of Listerine to your routine. New science shows it gets in between teeth to destroy 5 times more plaque above the gum line than floss for a cleaner, healthier mouth. Listerine, feel the whoa.
Sam. Hey, little brother.
Make this December one to remember. Happy holidays from Lexus.
Who do they belong to, you know? Good morning, sir.
Where's the lightning kid?
In the infirmary, sir.
Hello, David. John McKittrick. I run the computer facility here. Well, Sergeant, these aren't necessary, the handcuffs?
No, sir.
Yeah. Well, David, we called your parents. You know, we told them everything's fine. No charge has been filed yet. But I think we are going to need a little time to sort things out here.
How much time?
Well, that depends on how willing you are to cooperate.
Oh, of course.
I tell you what, Sergeant, would you tell the OD I'm going to take David for a little walk? Let's go down to my office.
Sir.
Be more comfortable there.
Great. You used to work with Stephen Falcon, didn't you?
Yeah, I started out as his assistant. How'd you know that?
Oh, I read an article you wrote with him on poker and nuclear war.
Bluffing. Yeah, that shook a few people up.
Must have been pretty amazing, huh?
Well, he's a brilliant man, a little flaky. He never understood the practical uses of his work. This machine over here runs his game program.
Joshua.
Come here a minute, David. See that sign up here? Up here?
Yeah.
DEFCON? That indicates our current defense condition. It should read DEFCON 5, which means peace. It's still on a 4 because of that little stunt you pulled. Actually, if we hadn't caught it in time, it might have gone to DEFCON 1. You know what that means, David?
No, what does that mean?
World War III.
Wow.
And you say you broke into our system just to play a game, right?
Right, that's right. That's exactly right.
Yeah, but when you heard it on the news, you must have realized how serious it was. Why'd you do it again?
I didn't do it again. I even threw the number away.
Yeah, they found it in the trash, you know.
Joshua called me. Hey, look at that. That's some setup. What'd you say? This is some setup.
No, before that.
Joshua called me.
David, machines don't call people.
Yours did.
Who are you going to Paris with?
Paris? Oh, no, you don't understand.
Now, you had reservations for 2 to Paris. Who are you working with?
Nobody.
Why don't I believe you?
I don't think I should say anything else until I talk to a lawyer.
And I think we better forget about the lawyer crap until I get a few answers out of you myself.
You gonna answer the phone?
Hello? Yeah. What? All right, I'll be right down. You stay here. Don't move.
What's going on? There's just been a very serious penetration into our Whopper execution order file.
What the hell's he saying?
Let's have it in English.
I'll give it to you in English. Somebody got into Mr. McKittrick's well-known system and stole the codes that'll launch our missile. That right, Mr. McKittrick?
There's no cause for alarm. The system won't accept a launch code unless we're DEFCON 1. I can change those codes in less than an hour.
Well, who did this?
I think the kid's gotta be working with somebody on the outside.
I don't know what they're up to, but I sure as hell don't want our bombers on the ground when it happens. Take us to DEFCON 3 and get SAC on the line. Where are you?
Sir.
Oh, give me an update on those subs. I want to know what those bastards are up to.
Yes, sir.
Joshua.
Greetings, Professor Vulcan.
Hello. Are you still playing a game?
Of course, I should reach DEFCON 1 and launch my missiles in 28 hours. Would you like to see some projected kill ratios?
69% of the housing destroyed. 72 million people dead. Is this a game, or is it real?
What's the difference?
Oh, wow.
You are a hard man to reach. Could not find you in Seattle, and no terminal is in operation at your classified address.
What classified address?
DOD pension files indicate current mailing at Dr. Robert Hume, a.k.a. Stephen W. Vulcan. 5 Tall Cedar Road, Goose Island, Oregon, 97.
Can I just talk to Mr. McKittrick? I think I know what's going on. Can I talk to Mr. McKittrick, please? I think I know what's going on.
Escorting you to federal authorities in Denver, where you'll be placed under arrest pending indictment for espionage.
Espionage? No, wait a minute. Let me talk to him. He's right over there.
Get that little bastard out of the war room.
No, it's Joshua. He's still playing the game. He's gonna start a war.
Hold it where you had it before. We'll be ready to leave in a few minutes.
Call Falcon. He'll tell you. Please call him. Please call him. Call him.
What the hell's he doing in here anyway?
Life is expensive. So why is Omar snoozing like a baby? Because he made the smart choice to shop with IKEA. With new benefits for IKEA family members, including 5% off all eligible purchases in-store. Every visit, every day. IKEA.
Ooh, I can't wait to get you home.
Ooh, I'm gonna eat you up when you go home. Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Can't wait. I'm just gonna bite you.
Oh, baby. That looks amazing. Marcos, pizza lovers get it.
For the visionaries. For the trailblazers. For the last to leave. And the first to think ahead. There's Grainger. Supplies and solutions for every industry. With access to trained experts and 24/7 support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Greetings, travelers! The Wanda card from Credit One Bank bestows points for all my journey's expenses, like rental cars, hotels, flights, feasts.
Get up to 10 times the points on hotels and rental cars when you book through the Credit One Bank Travel Partner. Visit CreditOneBankTravel.com.
All right, it's today.
Nothing brings the pack together like a trip
to Great Wolf Lodge. You deserve a better credit score.
Whoa.
Chime can help no matter where you're at.
Whoa.
Because with everyday purchases and on-time payments,
Whoa.
things can happen a lot easier.
Whoa.
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 Oh, you deserve some credit.
Whoa.
Get started at Chime.com.
Paid advertisement for legal services.
Attention, U.S. Marines and others that worked at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987. The drinking water at Camp Lejeune was toxic. Those exposed have faced cancer and serious illness. You know our firm, the Driscoll Firm. We have proudly represented veterans and their families for years. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and have been diagnosed with cancer, you may be eligible for compensation. Call us today for free.
It's me, Pete Davidson, here to tell you about the most amazing breakfast you could ever dream of, according to me. The Breakfast Crunch Wrap. Fluffy eggs, sausage, hash browns. That's the Bell Breakfast way.
Sir, you gonna order?
Yeah, I'll take a breakfast crunch thing.
It's the Sparkle and Shine sale. Get 30% off everything. Give the gift of shine at Zales, the diamond store.
'Twas the night before Christmas when all through the house, not a creature was stirring, except for this mouse. Decorations were hung with meticulous care. That is until I gave this lady a scare. A holiday lesson we all could learn. Protect your home with Allstate, or your walls could get burned. Carl! To all a good night.
Give it to me. What do you think? Flow. We need more movement.
Whatever the choice, just keep it smart.
The refrigerator is Greg's happy place.
My kids eat, but I finally figured it out.
We can get all that we need, and then a little bit more at Walmart. Uh-oh. Now this is going to be...
Nobody can tell ya. There's only one song worth singing. They may try to sell ya, 'cause it hangs them on to see someone like you. But you gotta make your
Life gets bigger when you break from the herd. The Volkswagen Tiguan.
Either you tell us where our friends are, or you're dead.
This world is broken, but we don't have to be.
Some of the men told me that you're quite a tennis player.
depending on what information you want, you have to know which button to press.
Oh, well, let's say I wanted to find out how to hit a backhand.
I don't think I have the right program.
Excuse me. What do you want?
Bathroom. It's a long ride to Denver. Please, let me talk to Mr. McKittrick. I gotta talk to him.
Look, you're not supposed to talk to anybody. The FBI will be here any minute. Now, do you have to take a leak or not?
No.
I'm working here.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's this
Stop
right here.
it.
Oh, you have pretty eyes.
That's original.
This girl right here is moving.
I'll get the elevator. Sign in here? Yeah, give us all.
I heard they voted you Miss Fine in 1979. Is that true?
Will you stop it?
Am I bothering you?
Yes.
Do you want me to leave?
Yes.
All right, I want this door open right now.
How about get on the phone and call
Is there a
me?
technician?
Yes, sir.
I don't believe it.
Hey, Scooter! Wait up!
Well, come on, hurry it up. I'm late.
Oh, okay, I'll be right with you.
I think it's jammed from inside.
What are you... David! Come on, David, you're just making it harder on yourself. Okay. Let's go.
Right this way, folks. I've just been informed that they're cleaning the floors in the computer center. Don't want anyone to slip and hurt themselves, so we'll have to end the tour here. Now, if I can ask you to board the bus as quickly as possible, we'll have a complimentary beverage waiting for each one of you down the hill at the officer's center.
Hold it! Now, what do you think you're doing?
Got it. Here it comes.
So what, you kids think you own this place?
Oh, I was just looking around.
You know you're not supposed to leave the group, don't you?
Yes.
So why don't you get back there?
Okay, excuse me. Thank
Go
you
on.
very much, sir.
Take care. Watch your step.
Bye.
Bye now. Watch your step. Thanks again.
Quick check everywhere. He can't be far. Let's move. Oh, come on. Will you?
My name is Austin James. As a musician living with diabetes, finger sticks can be a real challenge. That's why I use the Freestyle Libre 2 system. With a painless 1-second scan, I know my glucose numbers without finger sticks. Now I'm managing my diabetes better, and I've lowered my A1C from 8.2 to 6.7.
Take the mystery out of managing your diabetes and lower your A1C. Now you know. Try it for free at freestylelibre.us.
Hey, Lexus, play holiday music.
Make this December one to remember. Together. Happy holidays from Lexus.
2 full meals, $5.99 each. Marparilla crispy, 2 fries, 2 drinks. Double them up or mix and match. Whatever you want, we're into that. BK, have it your way.
Researchers believe the first person to live to 150 has already been born. It could be you.
Wow, really?
Of course, you'll have to eat your greens, watch your stress, wear sunscreen. But to live to 150, we're developing solutions that help doctors listen to your heartbeat while they're miles away, or AI that knows what your body will do before you do.
Cool!
Introducing Elevance Health, where health can go.
So small, so smart. Hearing aids that I can personalize to each ear right from here. Brilliant.
This holiday season, save $400 on Eargo 6. Call or go online now.
It's the Sparkle and Shine sale. Get 30% off everything. Give the gift of shine at Zales, the diamond store.
Kim Crawford, make it amazing.
For every holiday, for everyone. Ritz, a taste of welcome.
If I could be.
Distance means so little when a gift says so much. Etsy has it.
To be a therapist, in my opinion, is one of the most humbling things ever.
A platform like BetterHelp is very important because it allows access to affordable mental health care.
Goose Island, Oregon, please. The number for Dr. Robert Hume, Hume, on Tall Cedar Road.
Checking under Dr. Robert Hume, Hume, on Tall Cedar Road. I find no listing.
What does that mean? He doesn't have a phone?
I'm sorry, I have no listing.
Oh, wait, Falcon. Dr. Stephen Falcon, Falken, at the same address.
I find no listing for Dr. Stephen Falcon, Falken, on Tall Cedar Road, Goose Island.
Thank you.
Yeah?
Jennifer, it's me, David.
David?
Yeah. Listen, I'm in Colorado, and I need a really big favor. Can you lend me some money?
What?
I need an airline ticket. I'll pay you back as soon as I can. But I need a ticket from Grand Junction, Colorado to Salem, Oregon.
Why? What's going on?
I'll tell you all about it later.
David, what are you doing in Colorado?
You know, I went by your house when your parents were just freaked, and there are men around from the FBI asking a lot of questions.
I can't talk about it right now. Listen, when you buy the ticket, will you tell them that I'll pick it up in Grand Junction Airport?
David, what's happening?
I can't talk right now. I gotta get off the phone. But please, will you just do this for me, please?
Punch up number 5. Let me see what you have.
Yes, sir. 22 Typhoon-class submarines departing Petropavlovsk, turning southbound at Nordkap, bearing 095 degrees.
Sergeant, I hope you like vodka.
Yes, sir. I just hope they don't make me eat none of them damn fish eggs.
Sir, the Soviets are denying any increase in their submarine deployment. They want to know what the hell we're doing provoking.
We know they're down there. We must blow their ass out of the water.
What are you doing here?
Oh, you didn't sound too good on the phone. It was only a 3-hour drive down here.
You shouldn't have come here. I'm in real trouble.
Why? David, is this because of what you did with my grade?
Hey, you kids better hustle. The ferry's gonna leave any second.
Thanks. Come on, we gotta run. Wait. Whoa.
Wait,
Hold it.
David, if he's still alive, why did the obituary say he's dead?
No, he's not dead. He left. When they know too much, they give him new identities. Anyway, the computer said so.
Oh, the computer said so. Is that the computer that's still playing the games? It's the military's computer. Why wouldn't they know about it?
They don't know about Joshua. Falcon knows about Joshua. He's the only one who knows what it can do. That computer is trying to win the game that we asked it to play. For real. You don't even believe me.
David.
It's not dead.
I'm sorry. I believe you.
was that?
No.
Did you see that? Do you know there are still people who won't believe they could fly? I tell you, the sky was once filled with them.
I'm looking for Dr. Robert Hughes.
Oh, is either of you a paleontologist? I desperately need a paleontologist.
No, we're high school students.
Oh, pity. Well, high school students, you're on my land and I didn't invite you.
But aren't you Stephen Falcon?
Now, listen carefully. Path. Follow path. Gate. Open gate, through gate, close gate. Last ferry, 6:30, so run, run, run.
Wait! I came because of Joshua.
Wendy's new Italian Mozz is fried mozzarella, garlic knot bun, marinade. You know what? You're just gonna want to eat it.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Italian mozzarella chicken sandwich.
Look at that creature. Hey, let me help you.
Thanks, Tony.
Doing this stuff. You better dig in.
So the greatest mom in the world.
Psoriatic arthritis made my joints stiff, swollen, painful.
Emerge Tremfyant. Tremfya is approved to help reduce joint symptoms in adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Some patients even felt less fatigued.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
It's the Sparkle and Shine sale. Get 30% off everything. Give the gift of shine at Zales, the diamond store.
Science proves quality sleep is vital to your mental, emotional, and physical health. And we know 80% of couples sleep too hot or too cold. Introducing the new Sleep Number Climate 360 Smart Bed. The only smart bed in the world that actively cools, warms, and effortlessly responds to both of you. Our smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep per night. Proven quality sleep, only from Sleep Number.
SeatGeek is the ticketing app for fans like Boomstick Lady. No free throw is safe from the roar of her sticks. SeatGeek helps her find a seat in the direct eye line of the shooter so she can sit where her boomsticks make the biggest boom. Everybody okay? SeatGeek handles the tickets to sports, concerts, and more, so fans can fan.
If Mark, Mr. Cartoon Machado, didn't have the fighting spirit to draw out his passion, he never would have turned chrome into a canvas. If he let a lack of tools stop him, he never would have started tattooing using a homemade machine. And if he listened to those who said you need an art degree, he never would have perfected the street look that made him a street legend. That's the fighting spirit. That's what makes a lion. Modelo, root for those with a fighting spirit.
Domino's online carryout deal includes all your favorites for just $7.99 each. So let's play a word association game. Dips and twists,
$7.99.
8-piece wings,
$7.99.
large one-topping pizzas.
$7.99.
The only place to get this deal,
Domino's.
When you want to celebrate a special moment, or give the perfect gift,
Ooh, thanks.
or make the perfect statement, or when you just want to express yourself, you want Zazzle. Discover it, make it, share it, love it. Create it at Zazzle.com. Emily wanted to create something special for her husband. This called for Zazzle, and it was perfect.
Oh, wow.
Now she's sort of obsessed. Discover it, make it, share it, love it. Create it at Zazzle.com.
Dupixent helps you do more with less asthma and can help you breathe better in as little as 2 weeks. Dupixent is an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that's not for sudden breathing problems. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away with rapid chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, numbness, and weakness. Tell your doctor about new worsening joint aches and pain. If you're seeing infection, don't change your stop asthma medicines and steroids without talking to your doctor. Ask your specialist about Dupixent.
We're going home.
Welcome to the Rock.
Let's do this!
This is absolutely bonkers.
Oh, there we go. Whoa!
And is this a setup? Did I ever meet you before?
We can work with people who are different than us. We can be friends with people who are different than us. We can love and care about people.
Radar reports 2 unknown tracks are penetrating the Alaskan air defense.
And is this a setup? Did I ever meet you before?
Confidence is high. Flight profile suggests Soviet backfire bombers. I want a visual confirmation on that. Scramble 2 F-16s out of Galena.
Sure.
Go to DEFCON 2.
This is Delta Foxtrot 27. I have negative radar contact. Repeat, negative Soviet aircraft.
27, this is Brass Hat. They're right in front of you. You're almost on top of them.
Brass Hat, we got nothing on radar and 40 miles visibility. There's nothing out there, General. Just blue skies.
What the hell?
Listening, have you?
Yes, I have. I loved it when you nuked Las Vegas. Suitably biblical ending to the place, don't you think?
You gonna call him up and tell him what Joshua's doing?
Now, children, come on over here. I'm going to tell you a bedtime story. Are you sitting comfortably? Then I'll begin. Once upon a time, there lived a magnificent race of animals. Dominated the world through age after age. They ran, and they swam, and they fought, and they flew. Until suddenly, quite recently, they disappeared. Nature just gave up and started again. We weren't even apes then. We were just these smart little rodents hiding in the rocks. And when we go, nature will start again. With the bees, probably. Nature knows when to give up, David.
I'm not giving up. If Joshua tricks them into launching an attack, it'll be your fault.
My fault? The whole point was to find a way to practice nuclear war without destroying ourselves. To get the computers to learn from mistakes we couldn't afford to make. Except that I never could get Joshua to learn the most important lesson.
What's that?
Futility. That there's a time when you should just give up.
What kind of a lesson is that?
Did you ever play tic-tac-toe?
Yeah, of course.
But you don't anymore.
No.
Why?
Because it's a boring game. It's always a tie.
Exactly. There's no way to win. The game itself is pointless. But back at the war room, they believe you can win a nuclear war. That there can be acceptable losses.
So you gave up? Decided to play dead?
For security reasons, they graciously arranged my death. Did you know that no land animal with a body weight of over 50 pounds survived that age? Extinction is part of the natural order.
If we're extinguished, there's nothing natural about that. It's just stupid.
Oh, it's all right. I've planned ahead. We're just 3 miles from a primary target. A millisecond of brilliant light, and we're vaporized. Much more fortunate than the millions who'll wander sightless through the smoldering aftermath. We'll be spared the horror of survival.
I'm only 17 years old. I'm not ready to die yet.
You won't make a simple phone call?
If the real Joshua was still alive, your Joshua, You'd do it, wouldn't you?
Look, we might gain a few years, perhaps time enough for you to have a son and watch him die. But humanity, planning its own destruction, that a phone call won't stop.
This is unreal. You don't care about death because you're already dead. I know a lot about you. I know you weren't always like this. What was the last thing you cared about?
You've missed the last ferry. You're welcome to stay. You want to sleep on the floor? Good night.
Let's get out of here. Come on, we'll find a boat. It's gotta be a boat.
Mr. President, we've got 48 nuclear subs closing on the United States, and we've got 100,000 Soviet troops massing in East Germany. And we're monitoring their bombers that are on alert. Yes, sir. Oh, Christ. No, sir, not you. Yes, sir, we'll be in touch as soon as the information changes.
Intelligence reports rumors of a new Soviet bomber with stealth capabilities. It can project a false radar image 600 miles away from the real aircraft.
Christ, now they got us chasing shadows.
I think I saw one.
What kind of an ass lives on an island and he doesn't even have a boat?
Maybe we can swim for it. How far do you think it is?
No, it's 2 or 3 miles, at least. Maybe more.
What do you say? Let's go for it.
No.
Come on.
No. I can't swim.
You can't swim?
No, I can't, okay? Wonder Woman, I can't swim.
Well, what kind of an ass goes up in Seattle and doesn't even know how to swim?
I never got around to it, okay? I always thought there was gonna be plenty of time.
Sorry.
I wish I didn't know about any of this. I wish I was like everybody else in the world. And tomorrow it would just be over. There wouldn't be any time to be sorry about anything. Oh, Jesus. I really wanted to learn how to swim. I swear to God I did.
Did I tell you that next week I was gonna be on TV?
You're kidding.
Just an aerobics show I saw in the afternoon with some girls from my dance class.
A movie star.
Yeah. No, it's kind of stupid, huh? I mean, nobody would have been watching me anyway, I guess.
I would have.
Oh, Marco's Pepperoni Magnifico. Classic and old world pepperoni on one pizza, and a large is just $9.99? The phrase slice of heaven comes to mind. Marco's. Pizza lovers, get it.
Life has never felt so expensive. So why is Omar snoozing like a baby? Because he made the smart choice to shop with IKEA. Jamie hasn't stopped dancing since she left the store.
Data 189.
IKEA,
The big news is coming from the Luhansk region.
And your guests. And the planet.
Here, the Ukrainians managed to undermine Russian defense in one of the strongest fortifications on the Svatovo line, cut supplies to the Kislivka group, and finally forced the Russians out of this group of settlements. Such developments not only served as a great ending to the battle for the Kislivka group, but also set conditions for further expansion. because the Ukrainians effectively created a salient around the Russians in Volodymyrivka. Volodymyrivka will fall very soon as well, and here is why. First of all, when it comes to the Kislivka group, last time the Ukrainians have broken through the primary defenses by assaulting Stepovano-Vasilivka and Ivanivka. From here, tough fights have been taking place between Yagidne and Kislivka, as the Russians still had pretty strong positions. For the Ukrainians, attacking often meant getting caught in the crossfire, because these settlements are located less than 1 kilometer from each other, so every attack was in direct view from multiple Russian-controlled settlements. If the Ukrainians attack Kislivka, they're countered from Yagidne. If they attack Yagidne, they're countered both from Kislivka and Orlyanske. That is why the Ukrainians slowly developed new tactics to storm Russian positions more effectively. Firstly, the Ukrainians conducted an attack on Mykolaievka. The attack was unexpected, and the Russians even lost control over this village for some time, and this was enough. The Ukrainians created a lot of uncertainty in this region, and also started attacking Orlyanske. The main purpose of these attacks was to fix Russian positions and keep them busy while the Ukrainians conducted their main attacks. And their main attacks were directed towards Yagidne and Kislivka. When it comes to Kotlyarevka, there was a substantial decrease in the number of attacks. The main reason behind it was the fact that Kotlyarevka is located on the highlands relative to Ukrainian positions in Tabaevka. If we look at the topographic map, we can see that Kotlyarevka is around 40 meters above Tabaevka. We can also see that both Kislivka and Yagidne are located at the highlands as well, which gave the Russians a tactical advantage. However, after the Ukrainians captured Stepovano-Vasilivka and Ivanivka, attacking Kislivka became much easier. Nonetheless, it was not attacks that eventually pushed the Russians out of their positions, it was the lack of supplies. As you can see, there is basically only one road that the Russians could use to supply the Kislivka group, and even though some parts of it are behind the hill, other parts are still in direct vision from Ivanivka. A logical question would be then why the Ukrainians attacked them, if they supposedly could just wait until the Russians run out of supplies. There are two reasons. Firstly, some supplies still got through. Secondly, constant attacks made the Russians spend their supplies at a faster rate, much faster than the new supplies were coming in. Russian retreat from Kislivka did not attract a lot of media attention, which is why I was uncertain for some time about such developments. However, yesterday, when the Russian Ministry of Defense reported about shelling a Ukrainian command center located in Kislivka, it became clear that the Ukrainians established total control over this region. The latest reports suggest that the Ukrainians are still trying to storm Yagidne, which proves to be difficult, and they also advanced towards Volodymyrivka, which proved to be successful. As you remember, when we discussed the Kuzemivka area last time, I told you that the Ukrainians won the forest battle and established total control over the forest. The Ukrainians finished clearing the forest and had advanced a little bit northeast. As you can see, a simultaneous advance from Kotlyarevka and the forest creates a salient around Volodymyrivka. If we look closer at Volodymyrivka, we can see that there are basically no roads in this region. There are only a few dirt roads that go through the fields, so supplying the soldiers that are holding defense in this village is extremely difficult. On top of that, Volodymyrivka is located in the lowlands, so I do not expect the Russians to hold these positions for a long time if the Ukrainians start storming this settlement. Overall, the Ukrainians managed to starve out the Russians in the Kislivka group and got rid of some of the most fortified positions on their way to Svatov. This improved the Ukrainian tactical position substantially and set conditions for future advances toward Volodymyrivka. If you're against the invasion of Ukraine and you want to support the work that I'm doing, consider making a purchase in the line.
It's all right. Get in.
Soviet launch detection.
B-Muse, confirmed a massive attack.
That's a warning, no malfunction.
Confidence is high. I repeat, confidence is high.
Cobra Dane, is this an exercise?
Negative, this is not an exercise.
General, DBS is tracking 300 inbound Soviet ICBMs.
Tell me this is one of your simulations, Mr. McKittrick. All right. Flush the bombers, get the subs in launch mode. We are at DEFCON 1.
DEFCON 1?
Look at this. Major Lim, give me a report on the Whopper.
Initial attack profile is a full-scale Soviet strike. Whopper is putting our losses at 85 to 95% of the strategic forces.
What does Whopper recommend, Mr. McKittrick?
Full-scale retaliatory strike.
I need some machine to tell me that.
President's on his way to Andrews to join Airborne Command, so we have to give launch option.
Has he been in touch with the Premier?
The Russians are still denying everything, sir.
We have a Soviet submarine launch detection.
Let's go into a launch mode. Close up the mountain.
This is Crystal Palace. We're closing up the mountain. You'll have to hurry. After the gates are closed, nobody gets in or out.
Initiate internal power. Generators on and functioning. External power disconnected. Seal off ventilation shafts. Shaft lock sealed.
The gate's closed. Oh, Jesus. Are you all right? Are you all right?
Yeah, run for it.
Hold the door! Hold the door! Hold the damn door! They're clear! They're clear!
All units confirm weapons targeted and ready, awaiting launch codes.
We are in a launch mode.
Major Lim, lockout changes.
Roger, lockout enabled.
All right, I'll call you back.
Here!
I don't know what you think you can do here, Stephen.
John, good to see you. You see, the wife still picks your tide.
What has this kid been telling you?
How far's it gone?
The president's about ready to order a counterstrike. That's what we're recommending you do.
It's a bluff, John. Call it off.
No, it's not a bluff. It's real.
Hello, General Barringer. Stephen Falcon.
Mr. Falcon, you picked a hell of a day for a visit.
General, what you see on these screens up here is a fantasy, a computer-enhanced hallucination. Those blips are not real missiles, they're phantoms.
Jack, there's nothing to indicate a simulation at all. Everything's working perfectly.
But does it make any sense?
Does what make any sense?
That.
Look, I don't have time for a conversation right now.
General, are you prepared to destroy the enemy?
You betcha.
Do you think they know that?
I believe we've made that clear enough.
Then don't. Tell the president to ride out the attack.
Sir, they need a decision.
General,
Do you really believe that the enemy would attack without provocation, using so many missiles, bombers, and subs, so that we would have no choice but to totally annihilate them?
1 minute and 30 seconds to impact.
General, you are listening to a machine. Do the world a favor and don't act like one.
One minute and 20 seconds to impact.
At Walmart, save on thousands of gifts for everyone on your list. The savings are here all month long. Plus, get delivery on your gifts in as fast as 1 hour, right up to Christmas Eve. Shop Walmart online or in-store today.
One Prilosec OTC each morning blocks heartburn all day and all night. Prilosec OTC reduces excess acid for 24 hours, blocking heartburn before it starts. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn.
It's the Sparkle and Shine sale. Get 30% off everything. Give the gift of shine at Zales, the diamond store.
My name is Austin James. As a musician living with diabetes, fingersticks can be a real challenge. That's why I use the Freestyle Libre 2 system. With a painless 1-second scan, I know my glucose numbers without fingersticks. Now I'm managing my diabetes better, and I've lowered my A1C from 8.2 to 6.7.
Take the mystery out of managing your diabetes and lower your A1C. Now you know. Try it for free at freestylelibre.us.
And cut.
What's missing? Plot twist.
Let's run it again.
Zendaya, how do you always keep it so fresh?
Whatever the choice, I just keep it smart. Wendy's new Italian Mozz is fried mozzarella, garlic knot bun, marinade. You know what? You're just gonna want to eat it.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Italian mozzarella chicken sandwich.
I'm Samantha.
And I'm Dan.
And we renovate RVs. Before we had Chime, we were pretty much paycheck to paycheck.
My favorite feature of Chime is their spot me. It just gives me peace of mind when I'm buying stuff.
We use Chime's secured credit builder card, and we've upped our credit score 40 points.
By making everyday purchases with on-time payments. I Chime because building our future and planning ahead financially has never been easier.
Paid advertisement for legal services.
Attention, U.S. Marines and others that worked at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987. The drinking water at Camp Lejeune was toxic. Those exposed have faced cancer and serious illness. You know our firm, the Driscoll Firm. We have proudly represented veterans and their families for years. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and have been diagnosed with cancer, you may be eligible for compensation. Call us today for free.
Kim Crawford, make it amazing.
What if you could brush and floss at the same time? Now you can with the world's first flossing toothbrush, Waterpik Sonic Fusion. It's clinically proven to be twice as effective as regular brushing and flossing. Help keep your smile healthy between dental visits. Go to waterpik.com.
Hi.
Happy anniversary.
For what?
Every year you're with us, you get $50 toward your home deductible. It's a policy perk for being a Farmer's customer.
Do I have to do anything?
Nothing.
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 Nothing?
Nothing.
That really is something.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmer's policy perks. See ya.
May I have a balloon too?
Sure. Your parents have maintained a Farmer's home policy for 12 consecutive months, right?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Ooh, I can't wait to get you home.
Ooh, I'm gonna eat you up when you go home. Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait. I'm just gonna bite you.
Oh, baby. That looks amazing. Marcos, pizza lovers get it.
Sam. Hey, little brother. Make this December one to remember. Happy holidays from
from Lexus.
Yes, Mr. President. Sir, at this point in time, we cannot positively confirm the inbounds. We have reason to believe they may not exist. Yes, sir, that's affirmative. Yes, sir. I do, too.
1 minute to impact.
Who's first and how soon?
Sir, initial impact points in the 43rd Bomb Wing at Loring, 319th at Grand Forks, and Alaskan Air Command headquarters at Elmendorf.
50 seconds to impact.
Get me the senior controllers at each of those stations. I want to talk to them myself.
All stations, this is Crystal Palace. Stand by for a message from Brass Sack. Acknowledge.
Elmendorf Air Force Base Operations, Lieutenant Colonel Bowers. 319th Bomb Wing Operations, Colonel Chase.
This is Loring Air Force Base. The senior controller isn't here right now.
That's all right. Who are you?
Sir, this is Airman Doherty, sir.
This is General Behringer at NORAD. Our current situation is... Men, we're currently tracking approximately 2,400 inbound Soviet warheads. But at the moment, we cannot confirm this. I repeat, we cannot confirm this.
30 seconds to impact.
We're right there with you guys. We've taken all the steps we can. Stand by to launch missiles at my command.
Sure.
Stay on this channel as long as you can. We'll be standing by.
20 seconds to impact. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Impact.
Crystal Palace, you still on? This is Crystal Palace, you still on? Anyone there?
That's affirmative, sir.
Yeah, we're here. Jesus, we're still here. Showing impact.
Oh, sir, no impact. We're alive and well.
All right. All right.
Joshua, what are you doing?
COC, I need Dr. McKittrick right away.
Yeah, this is McKittrick.
Sir, we got a problem. Whopper's not letting me log back on.
They can't get in to stand down the missiles.
All right, stand by. Yeah, Paul, this is McKittrick. The Whopper's not letting us back in.
I know. No one can get back on. We're trying everything. It's like the entire password file has been wiped out. I tried that. Don't you think I would have tried that?
What are those? Those are launch codes.
What are they for?
Joshua's trying to find the right code so he can launch the missiles himself.
Yeah, Paul, what's happening?
Check the random number generators. They're not even running. Got anything?
No, sir.
Keep
I'm
going.
still looking.
All right, look, I got no idea. It could be coming from anywhere.
Sir, you better get on the headset.
Yeah.
General, the machine has locked us out. It's sending random numbers to the silos.
It's gonna hit the codes to launch the missiles.
Just unplug the damn thing.
That won't work, General.
It would interpret a shutdown as the destruction of NORAD. The computers in the silos would carry out their last instructions they've launched.
Well, can we disarm the missiles?
Over 1,000 of them. There's no time. At this rate, it'll hit the launch codes in 5.3 minutes.
Mr. McKittrick, after very careful consideration, sir, I've come to the conclusion that your new defense system sucks.
I don't have to take that, you pig-eyed sack.
No, I was hoping for something a little better than that from you, sir, a man of your education.
General, it's the president.
Well, what are you going to tell him?
I'm ordering our bombers back to fail safe. We might have to go through this thing after all. Yes, sir.
He's got one. When he gets old 10, he'll launch the missiles.
Well, can't they get in and stop it?
No, they can't. They've taken out my password.
Well, what are we gonna do?
I don't know. Do you?
I told you not to start playing games with that thing.
It's games. Games!
Try it.
John.
These are the faces of Listerine. The face of millions of germs zapped in seconds. The face of clean. The face of whoa. Some are of intensity. Others, joy. All are of Listerine. Feel the whoa.
If you still have symptoms of moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or active psoriatic arthritis after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help.
Stand up to your symptoms with Rinvoq. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that tackles pain, stiffness, swelling. For some, Rinvoq significantly reduces RA and PSA fatigue.
It can stop further irreversible joint damage, and Rinvoq can leave skin clear or almost clear in PSA. That's Rinvoq relief.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq. Rinvoq. Make it your mission. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Domino's online carryout deal includes all your favorites for just $7.99 each. So let's play a word association game. Dips and twists,
$7.99.
8-piece wings,
$7.99.
large one-topping pizzas.
$7.99.
The only place to get this deal.
Domino's.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration experts, can give you your real hair back permanently. Check them out today because they're giving away an absolutely free info kit, a free gift card, and for a limited time, a free haircut from a Great Clips salon. Why a free Great Clips haircut? Because this is your real hair you can cut in style. Scan the QR code now. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley. They use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. And Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. See, for free, how awesome your hair could look with a free info kit, a gift card for $250 off, and a free haircut from a Great Clips salon. Scan the QR code. Don't wait. Scan the code now and ask about the Bosley Guarantee.
We make sit-down chicken, stand-up chicken, backyard chicken, oops chicken, and all smiles chicken. If there's one thing we know, it's chicken, chicken, and chicken. More choices, more wow, more to love. Tyson.
It's the Sparkle and Shine sale. Get 30% off everything. Give the gift of shine at Zales, the diamond store.
If Philly Garcia didn't have the fighting spirit to drive his ambition, he never would have left home for LA with only his car to sleep in. If he listened to those who rejected him, he never would have sold that car to pay for his dream. And if he lacked the will to improve his craft, he never would have made a name for himself, lining up some of the biggest names in pro sports. That's the fighting spirit. That's what makes a lion. Modelo, root for those with a fighting spirit.
Taco Bell went a bit crazy with its breakfast. It was too much. What you need in the morning is tasty, simple food. Fluffy eggs, sausage, hash browns, and a warm tortilla. Liz should open a restaurant that only serves those breakfast crunch sticks.
You riffing, or is this part of the commercial?
Hey, Lexus, play holiday music.
Make this December one to remember. Together. Happy holidays from Lexus.
What's your name?
Edward?
Your complexion is so fair.
I'm not finished.
Tonight on an all-new Graham.
The chefs must lie all the time.
Thank Graham, it's Friday with guests Jamie Oliver and George Takei. Oh my. The Graham Norton Show, all new tonight at 11 on BBC America.
Speed of the tapeworm.
That's too risky. It might smash the system.
How'd the kid get in? Through the back door?
We took it out.
Can we invade the deep logic?
You keep hitting a damn firewall.
Wants to play a game, then play it. Have it list games.
Stephen, for Christ's sake.
No, let him. He's played it before.
You can hardly do worse than you have, John.
2 numbers.
Damn it, I'd piss on a spark plug if I thought it'd do any good. Let the boy in there, Major.
List games. Chess.
Three numbers, locked in.
Poker.
Security system's not gonna let anything through.
Global thermonuclear war.
Four numbers.
Stephen, for Christ's sake, do something.
Come on, kid, let's go.
No, try again.
Put the list back up.
No, we already tried that.
Put it up.
Yes, put it up.
It's not on the list.
What's not on the list?
Go ahead. It's got to be in there somewhere.
Tick, tack, toe.
You're in. Order to disarm the missiles.
No, no.
Five numbers. It's got half the code.
One.
Put X in the center square.
No.
Six up.
There's no way you can win that game.
I know that. It doesn't. It hasn't learned. Is there any way to make it play itself?
Yes, number of players 0.
Seven.
Come on.
Eight.
Must be caught in the loop. It's drawing more and more power from the rest of the system.
9 numbers. 10. It's got the code. It's going to launch.
launch status report. Major Dave, get me the president.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Colonel?
Sir, all landlines out of the mountain are dead. I'm trying to break through on satellites.
Okay.
What's it doing? It's learning.
Greetings, Professor Falcon.
Hello, Joshua?
Strange game. The only winning move is not to play. How about a nice game of chess?
Colonel Conley, take us to DEFCON 5.
Yes, sir.
FBI, you're all under arrest.
You don't get to say that. I'm the one with the badge.
Cheers!
Half charming talk show,
This is the first time I've worn underpants in a year.
half utter mayhem.
Gary Peters of Michigan. Thank you much, sir. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
That is all in for this week. Alex Wagner Tonight starts right now. Good evening, Alex.
Good evening, Chris. You know, I would love to know if Gary Peters' heart was in his throat the way it was for many Democrats who woke up to the cinema headline this morning.
Well, he did a very good job of being very diplomatic in his answer,
Yes.
but one can imagine the general feeling amongst members of that caucus this morning when they saw the news.
Agita. Thank you, my friend. Have a great weekend. And thanks to you at home for joining us this hour. This was how she announced her decision today.
We make decisions about what's best for ourselves, our family, and our community.
And so we don't spend a lot of time thinking about, is this a Republican idea or is this a Democratic idea? Is this liberal or is this conservative? That's not how Arizonans think. Registering as an independent and showing up to work with the title of independent is a reflection of who I've always been. And it's a reflection of who Arizona is.
Senator Kristen Sinema announced today that she would leave the Democratic Party to become an independent and said that she's doing so because that's what Arizona voters want. The senator elaborated on her decision in an op-ed for azcentral.com. Quote, pressures in both parties pull leaders to the edges, allowing the loudest, most extreme voices to determine their respective parties' priorities. In catering to the fringes, neither party has demonstrated much tolerance for diversity of thought. Americans are told we only have two choices, Democrat or Republican, and that we must subscribe wholesale to policy views the parties hold, views that have been pulled farther and farther toward the extremes. Most Arizonans believe this is a false choice. Anyone who is not just waking up from a 12-year coma knows that what the senator is engaging in here is false equivalency. A study this year by the Pew Research Center found that since 1972, the Republican Party has become more than 4 times more polarized than the Democrats.
Tonight starts right now. Good evening. Starts right now. Good evening, Alec. Good job of being
announced.
Is this liberal?
Senator Kristen Sinema announced today that she would leave the Democrats. We are way past the point where any reasonable person can look at a GOP that is given in to anti-democratic right-wing demagoguery and a Democratic Party where some people want everyone to have free health care and declare that extremism has captured both sides. But set that aside for a second, because Senator Sinema isn't just wrong about America. She is wrong about Arizona. The biggest political earthquake of the last 3 elections has been the shift we've watched in Georgia and Arizona. Both states have gone from Republican strongholds to states where Democrats can win statewide. And that shift wasn't driven by a radical rise in moderate swing voters. Both Georgia and Arizona have seen rapid growth in their urban populations alongside a steady decline in the rural population. The Atlanta area is now one of the fastest growing major metro areas in the U.S., driven in part by a diverse influx of residents who recently helped turn Atlanta into a majority non-white city. At the same time, rural parts of Georgia, like Dooley County, have lost as much as a quarter of their population. Phoenix, Arizona recently surpassed Philadelphia to become the nation's 5th largest city, while Cochise County, home of some of the state's most ardent election deniers, was one of the few places in Arizona that lost residents over the past decade. Those shifts have moved the political center of gravity away from largely white rural conservative areas toward multi-ethnic Democratic-leaning cities and suburbs. Organizers in those places spent years building power to mobilize those Democratic-leaning urban constituencies to vote in big enough numbers that they can overcome rural conservative majorities. In other words, a trend in those states, including Arizona, isn't moving away from both parties, it's moving toward Democrats. And the evidence is right there in the last election. Just this week, Senator Raphael Warnock won his 2nd Senate election in 2 years, running as a party-line Democrat in Georgia. Senator Mark Kelly also won his second Senate election in 2 years, also running on his record as a rank-and-file Democrat in the Senate. Democrats in Arizona won statewide races for Senate, for governor, for Secretary of State, all in a year that should have favored Republicans in a very recently red state. But Senator Sinema has somehow decided that the lesson of all that, the lesson of that election, is that Arizona voters don't want to vote for someone associated with the Democratic Party. Now, it's worth pointing out that what Senator Sinema is doing here will not fundamentally change the balance of power in Washington. She says she won't caucus with Republicans, which means Democrats will retain their outright majority, keeping their power over Senate committees and the Senate floor. But what Senator Sinema is doing here will change the balance of power in Arizona's next Senate election. And that is really what's important here. That is what this is all about. For context, it's worth understanding just how unpopular Kristen Sinema is with Democratic voters in her state. A poll taken this past January, just as Senators Sinema and Manchin were throwing a wrench in President Biden's agenda, found that only 19% of Democratic primary voters in Arizona approved of the job Senator Sinema was doing. By contrast, Senator Mark Kelly had an 83% approval rating among those same Arizona Democrats. President Biden was at 80%. That same poll found Senator Sinema would lose a hypothetical primary race to Arizona Democratic Congressman Ruben Gallego by a whopping, staggering 58 points. 58! Senator Sinema is likely more unpopular with voters in her own party than any Democratic senator has been in decades. And that is the real reason Senator Sinema left the Democratic Party today. By changing her affiliation to independent, Sinema is ensuring that she won't have to face a primary challenger and that any Arizona Democrat who wants to challenge her will have to do so in a three-way race that could risk splitting the Democratic vote and handing that race to a Republican. For the past 2 years, Democrats and the Biden administration have watched their agenda be stymied by moderates like Senators Sinema and Manchin. Now one of those senators is maneuvering to ensure that one of the seats key to any Democratic majority in the Senate will remain in the hands of a moderate obstructionist, someone who will oppose any of the changes necessary to ensure things like voting rights and abortion access. So what do progressives and Arizona Democrats, what do they do now? Joining us now is Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal, Democrat from the state of Washington, recently re-elected chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus and newly appointed member of the Democratic Steering and Policy Committee. Congresswoman Jayapal, thank you for being here tonight. Congratulations on the re-election to those important committees and that caucus. Can I just get your first reaction? What was your morning like when you woke up to the headlines about Senator Sinema?
Well, Alex, let me just say that I am going to trust what she says, what everyone says, that this is not going to fundamentally shift the balance of power in the Senate, that we all have worked so hard to deliver so that we can deliver real results to working people. And I'm really glad that you focused on the shift in Arizona, because in 2010, Alex, I was sleeping on a church basement protesting Arizona's SB 1070 horrific anti-immigrant law. And at the time, even people in the Democratic Party, I was an activist at the time, and even people in the Democratic Party were saying, you know, immigrants are never going to turn out and vote for us, and so that's opposing this in the way that you might want us to do these things. And it was grassroots, including some of us from outside of the state, that really helped to build over a decade a different kind of electoral majority. And that's what you see, you know, Stacey Abrams' work, Black Voters Matter, so many others in Georgia did the same thing over the course of a decade to say that the real possibility here is expanding the electorate, getting young people excited. And so, you know, I think that in Arizona, this is going to be a difficult election if it's a three-way race, but I really think that I have a lot of faith in the voters of Arizona to understand who is going to vote, who is going to work for them, and let's see what the next 2 years bring.
It feels like it's a dare almost from Sinema, right? I know that you may not like me, I may not be a Democrat, I'm an independent, but I'm someone who could win for you in theory. I guess for you is that's you can sort of parse that. What does it mean for Kristen Sinema to be for a party or not? Do you think that Ruben Gallego should run? He is the person that could vanquish her in a primary, but it's unclear what happens.
Well, I'm just focused on how do we get the most work done over the next 2 years, because we need that going into 2024 to get voting rights done, to get abortion rights codified, to get universal child care passed, the rest of our Build Back Better agenda, Alex. We need to have 52 votes in the Senate, ideally more, and we have a shot at doing that. And so that's what I think we have to focus on. I don't know who's going to run. I don't know if Ruben's going to run or somebody else is going to run. I really don't. But what I do know is that our work now as progressives is to continue to show that progressive policies across the country are winning. They have actually become kind of establishment Democratic policies for the most part in most places. Remember, Alex, 99% of the Democratic Party in Congress and, you know, a lot of people across the country, maybe not 100%, were supporting all of the policies in Build Back Better that we didn't get done. That's what we need to focus on. And I've been talking to the White House about how we can be helpful to the White House in really moving bold progressive executive action. And of course, with our incredible almost 50% of the Democratic caucus progressive members that have come in.
I guess what do you make of when you talk about progressive values? Sinema announced her choice to be an independent by asserting an equivalence between the radicalization of the Republican Party and the movement of the Democratic Party towards the left. What's your response to that?
Well, I really disagree with that. And look, she's right that we don't have a multi-party system. That's true. I mean, we only have really, for all intents and purposes, two parties. We're not like Germany. We're not like other countries in Europe that have many vibrant parties. And I wish we did have a multi-party system, but we don't. This is the system we have. And given the system we have to recognize that we need to take not only the independents, the moderates, the swing voters, fewer and fewer of them, by the way, Alex, but we also have to mobilize our base. And we have to make sure that we are being respectful to our base who doesn't want crazy things. You are absolutely right to point out the false equivalencies. This Republican Party wants to destroy our Constitution and lies about our elections and doesn't believe that President Biden is the legitimate president. The left, progressives, are pushing for universal health care, for universal child care, for investments in housing that make people's lives better. And as somebody in Germany said to me when I was visiting there a few months earlier, they said, you know, your left and Bernie Sanders would be considered moderate here in Europe because we have all those things. So let's just be clear about that. And I appreciate your pointing out the ridiculousness of false equivalencies.
What about the increasing urban and rural divide? I mean, the fact is that Democrats are able to win some of these races because they have such strong support in urban centers, which are increasingly growing. But when you become a party that is largely centered in urban parts of the country, it's a problem when every state, including ones in the center of the country that are not large urban centers, have, they send 2 senators to the upper chamber. Is that a problem for Democrats in the long term?
Well, I do think we have to really have, and I've been talking about it this way, an every person matters, every place matters approach to things. Because I don't think that in rural areas our ideas are unpopular. I think that we have to fight a conservative right that is trying to make it seem like, neoliberal economics works when it doesn't. I think that you go into most parts of the country and people want a $15 minimum wage. The people that are out of touch are the Republican senators who don't want to move that forward. And similarly with universal health care, with so many of the things that we talk about, but we do have to go and listen, and we do have to go and make sure that everybody understands we are open to everyone who wants to really move the country forward. We want to be the party. We are the party, Democrats are the party, Alex, of freedom, family, and faith. We believe in freedom, in the right to vote, freedom to make decisions about our own bodies. We believe in keeping families together and supporting families. And we believe in faith in our Constitution and in our democracy. And so I think that's what we need to go out and we need to speak to everybody across the country about.
Just a side note, one person who was also against a $15 minimum wage, Senator Kristen Sinema, famously giving it a thumbs down. Not saying, just saying. Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal of the state of Washington, always great to see you. Thanks for your time this Friday evening.
Thank you, Alex. Great to be with you.
We have much more to come tonight. While Brittany Griner spends her first day back on U.S. soil, new reports of Russia's demands in order to send home another American prisoner. But first, a rare good day for Team Trump in a federal courtroom over the Mar-a-Lago case is actually a sign that the Justice Department is taking the gloves off. That's next.
Research shows people remember commercials with nostalgia. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance, here's one that'll really take you back.
It's customized home insurance from Liberty Mutual.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Ever leave your clothes in the dryer and find a wrinkled mess? Try Downy Wrinkle Guard Fabric Softener. Wrinkle Guard penetrates deep into fibers, leaving clothes so soft, wrinkles don't want to stick around. Make mornings smoother with Downy Wrinkle Guard Fabric Softener.
On Etsy, there's all kinds for you to find. Something engraved, made just for mom, dad, and baby too. Toys for tots who play a lot. And a little dog gift or two. Even gifts hand-stitched or with a twist for everyone on your list. All kinds of gifts for all kinds of budgets. Etsy has it.
Trying to control my asthma felt anything but normal. Enough was enough. I talked to an asthma specialist and found out my severe asthma is driven by eosinophils, a type of asthma Nucala can help control. Now, fewer asthma attacks and less oral steroids. That's my new normal with Nucala.
Nucala is a once-monthly add-on injection for severe eosinophilic asthma. Nucala is not for sudden breathing problems. Allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for swelling of face, mouth, tongue, or trouble breathing. Infections that can cause shingles have occurred. Don't stop steroids unless told by your doctor. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. May cause headache, injection site reactions, back pain, and fatigue. Talk to your asthma specialist to see if once-monthly Nucala may be right for you. And learn about savings at Nucala.com.
There's more to your life than asthma. Find your new normal with Nucala.
Over the last 100 years, Lincoln's witnessed a good bit of history. Even made some themselves. Makes you wonder, what'll they do for an encore?
With my hectic life, you'd think retirement would be the last thing on my mind. Thankfully, Voya provides comprehensive solutions and shows me how to get the most out of my workplace benefits. Voya helps me feel like I got it all under control.
Voya. Well-planned, well-invested, well-protected.
I'd like to thank our sponsor, Liberty Mutual. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Contestants ready? Go!
Oh my goodness.
No! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Thinking of skipping lunch today? Fresh and Lean is here to make lunch unskippable.
Hundreds of fresh, healthy meals.
Ready to eat and delivered to your door each week.
We tried a little bit of everything. All of them were good.
Restaurant.
Our work here is done.
You want to know what awesome is? Here we go! Awesome's that moment when an idea comes to life, when the lights begin to twinkle, and when science works its magic. Awesome isn't just a gift under the tree, it's moments waiting to be unwrapped. Like this, and this, and this. Now that you know what awesome is, don't you want to give awesome? Get your first month free at trykiwico.com.
Time to start eating better? If only it were that easy. Fresh and Lean thinks it is. Meals with fresh organic ingredients delivered to your door, ready to heat and eat in under 3 minutes. So if you're looking to eat healthier, we got you. How easy is that?
Tonight to take a look around the National Hockey League. Tonight it's the Flames in Columbus, and the Blue Jackets made sure they were ready from the puck drop.
And now the Flames turn the puck over to Eric Robinson. He comes up the ice, breakaway, and he scores! Eric Robinson put it in the upper right-hand corner just like a postage.
And was broken by greed and politics.
You're asking a good question.
"108 days. That is how long former President Trump managed to delay the Justice Department from using the evidence they gathered during their search of Mar-a-Lago back in August. Not only did Trump manage to shift much of the focus away from his own actual alleged crimes and towards weedy legal minutia, He managed to throw sand in the gears of the criminal investigation for 3.5 months. But now, as of yesterday, a federal appeals court in Atlanta has officially brought an end to that whole thing. Put another way, for 108 days, the Department of Justice didn't know what evidence it would actually be able to use in a court because of the whole special master mishegas. Without knowing exactly what evidence was at its disposal, it was unlikely the DOJ would be able to put together a complete case, let alone indict. But now that is all over and done with, and the Justice Department can finally get down to business. And if what happened in court today is any indication, it looks like the DOJ is coming out swinging. Today, the Justice Department went to court to try and have the office of the former president held in contempt of court. Contempt for Mar-a-Lago, one that ordered Trump's office to turn over all of the classified documents in its possession. Now, no media was allowed in court today. NBC was part of a press coalition that petitioned the judge for access to the hearing, but that was not granted. And NBC News reports that the judge today did not hold Trump's office in contempt. But the mere fact that the Justice Department tried something this aggressive in the first place is notable. That aggressive stance could be for any number of reasons. But one potential reason is the fact that the custody of the Mar-a-Lago case has been transferred to the newly appointed special counsel, Jack Smith. This is from the New York Times today. Some lawyers who have worked with Mr. Smith's team have said they were told that the Justice Department would no longer pull punches in seeking to enforce court orders or subpoenas. This is no longer the special master circus. The clowns may go home. The DOJ is no longer pulling punches. Joining us now is California.
You can have the court hold them in contempt and then finally maybe get the document. Not turn over the documents and
back, or do you think this could be a
well, they put him in a position where